and we'll be good to go. I'll recap our today command for YouTube too. All right. Looks like we're live on YouTube now. Perfect. So for YouTube, let me read my today command. Today, we are pivoting to a React wrapper around WebLLM so I can start building functionality around it in Masijo. I also noticed that there isn't a React wrapper or a wrapper for other frameworks yet either, so we might build some of those as well, and I don't know, maybe we can make a conference talk about it. Sounds fun, right? So that's our plan for today. Incoming ad break already? Are you fucking kidding me? All right, we'll let this ad kick off because we're just switching over still. But man, dude, Twitch is getting really aggressive with the ads. All right. Oh, I actually had that set right. Cool. Alrighty, so. Man, it really does like to pick that sound effect more than others, doesn't it? I think that's a little weird. But okay, so to recap things for people who may not have been here yesterday or who missed parts of stuff, WebLLM is this thing you can use. There was a better demo, I think. Yeah, this one. So, yeah. You can run LLMs in your browser, leveraging your GPU local on your device, which is pretty cool, I think. I'm currently running this on my pretty beefy Mac Mini. And what's up? How you doing, TG Khalil? Mr. Sir. And yeah, like, as an example, let's first check just one of these other models. Sorry for the burps. So I definitely want to do Qwen 3. I don't remember. I need to start taking notes. Yeah, we're not using small LLM. Where do we see which ones we have downloaded? All right, well, here's something I want to test then. Number one, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? That is how I am basically evaluating these things. And yeah, some of them fail miserably. That was DeepSeek. So yeah, if we go to settings and we change our model, we still want to do Qwen. And we're going to do the 0.6B because it's smaller. We're going to try this Q4F. I don't want to turn on reasoning because I don't think we're going to need reasoning for what we're doing. I may want to turn down the temperature value eventually. So there's stuff I can do here. But yeah, let's just go to prompts real quick. No, not that. Get out of here. No, not prompts. Okay, so get rid of settings. We're going to create a new chat. I'm going to edit this by giving it a title. All right, so this is Qwen 3 0.6B Q4 f32 underscore 1. Sure. Confirm and send. So that was the one we already had, and I remember that one being around 400 megabytes. Pretty quick though, right? So that's pretty cool. All right. Let's try another one. New chat. Let me do this. Edit conversation. Cool. So now this new conversation, we're going to do similar. We go Quen. We go 0.36. I want to try this one. All right. So then from here, we're going to rename that. And I just want to see what these like file sizes are. It'd be a lot nicer if they just told us how big these things were. But they don't. So we'll figure it out. All right, and then how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? So here we see it fetching params, and it's 7 of 29, so this is definitely going to be bigger. All right, so that helps. So that the model that was last in the list was the quantized one. Okay, so now let's look at results. So 74 tokens a second, decoding was 19. Here, 259, decoding was 22. No, I don't make games with C#. Can you read the title? Anyway, so it looks to me like the quantized model is actually faster too. I just want to try one more time. And what's up, Figuera? How you doing? Okay, no, so that speeds up a bit. Okay, so yeah, like priming the model takes some time. Interesting. Random stuff over on YouTube says you've been using Grok and it's super fast. Yeah, that doesn't apply to this. This only applies to models that we can download directly. So Grok is not going to be in here. Right? We're using WebLLM because this is on-device LLM in your browser. Right? Using WebGPU. So Grok doesn't apply. Either version. All right, so then I just want to see what this like Q4F16 kind of does instead of the 32. So let's do a new chat just so we can name it better. Yeah, they are very confusing. I believe in this case, the Q is the amount of like quantization. And I think I've had to look up what quantization actually means every single time I've talked about it. Oh, there is absolutely a convention. Yeah, the Q4 is the quantization level, and then the 16 versus 32, I think, is like bit depth or something, like part of the quantization, but that part I'm a little fuzzier on. So let's at least see what the file size for this one might be. All right, so it's going to have to download it and start to fetch params. Okay, so it seems to me like the 16 is smaller than the 32, which kind of makes sense if it is a bit depth thing. Now, we see that it was prefill 130. Let's just create a new one. Try it again from scratch with no context. So yeah, right? The first iteration, I guess like having to cache in RAM and do some of that stuff slows it down a bit. But we end up getting to 400 tokens a second at the prefill. I don't know what prefill means. Yeah. So the 32 versus the 16 is a precision value. You know what I actually care the most about? Not even the speed. I care about the download size. And it seems to me like the 16 precision is smaller than the 32 precision. But they don't have a good place for me to look this stuff up, which I find really annoying. Like, it should be clearly annotated in their selector. What's up, Jamal? How you doing? Happy Friday. Now, here's the thing. We did Quen 3, which is 0.6. Quen 2, or 2.5 at a 0.5, would actually fine-tune our file size even better. Yeah, I don't know if the model matters that much. I just wanted to do that final like discovery. I want it to be accurate too, though. Yeah, but I'm using it for analysis. I'm not using it for like creation. Right? Like analysis, you have a lot more leeway. My goal is I'm going to start as small as possible and then ramp up as I need to if it's not valuable. I think that's a better approach. But yes, we definitely want to do the quantized. Oh, is that a thing? And then how does the precision factor in? The bread, right? Like the 16 versus the 32. I would guess it's like bit depth in like audio and stuff. Like the difference between 16-bit floating point and 32-bit floating point. Scaling per layer. Oh, interesting. Well, I mean, just to point out, I'm almost positive the 16 is smaller than the 32. Yeah, quant value is more important for file size for sure. But 16, I think, is still smaller than 32. All right. What I'm wondering is there like a further quantization level that we could find? Because they're just getting these things from. Where are they getting them? Hugging Face. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, that sounds about right. The bread, I think when I was looking at it, it was closer to like 340 or something like that. And the 32 was closer to like 450. The trade off for smaller quantization? I don't know enough about that actually. Uh, well, that's not good. All right, so they are using Wasm, which kind of makes sense. More noise? I kind of figured the higher quantization was the more noise, but maybe not. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Anna the Lost, thank you for the follow. Are you lost? Or do you want to be here? Just having fun. It's like he smokes weed or something. I don't get it. The higher the quantization, the better? Really? Okay. Because the higher the quantization, the smaller the file, too. So why wouldn't you just always go higher quantization? That doesn't make any sense to me. Technically, in music, right, and in audio, quantization is actually getting rid of data in the middle, right? Right? Like when you're thinking about like digital audio, right? The more quantized, the less there is between the data points. Okay, let me get another album going. And what's up, Casadev? How you doing? Okay, so this is the model, but it's not the parameters. Hmm. All right, so what if we go here, right? Hugging Face, MLCAI, and let's see, what can we do? Are there any other higher like quantizations? Yeah, I was just hoping we could get the file size smaller. But yeah, here's another question. Anyone here like really involved in like doing like agentic workflows, right? Like not necessarily like full on vibe coding, but like professionally using AI to accomplish tasks, right? But like letting the agent take the wheel. The latest Codex Max is nice. You're a dev, you use Codex, and like okay, so here's something I'd request, like Invisible Matter. Would you be willing to message me over in Discord? And Cassidev, would you be willing to message me over in Discord just so that like we're looking to interview people who use these agents in like actual like professional work without like technically like vibe coding it, you know? Like we're trying to like help solve like real problems that get cracking. And if anyone would be willing to just hop on a call, that would be really awesome. But don't feel like you need to dox yourself. I totally get it. Like Cassidev, you're already public enough that that's not a problem. But anyone else out there, no worries if you want to stay more anonymous. That's okay. But yes, we would love to chat with devs who are using agentic workflows in their like day-to-day work. And like any pain points or things that could be better would be really cool for us. At least just letting us like interview you and understand it more. I might not even be in on the call. Let me point that out. But yeah, it's kind of my job to help like find people that we could talk to. And if not, no worries. It's fine. Yeah. I vibe the music, not the code. That's totally fine. No, I get it. I get it. Um, yeah, no, that's totally fine. No stress. So when they're showing this, right, number of parameters in the model, we're seeing 0. 0.6, zero. 0.8, even though it's part of the title. But then we see something like this, and it's like 0.2. And we see like 0.4. Oh, because they're going down to like 4-bit. And yeah, Castev, if you're down, send me a message over on Discord so I can get you the link to schedule the call. That part doesn't matter to us. Like, nah, that's fine, dude. We just want to know, like, talk to people who are actually using this stuff. And hey, what's up, Krasner? Just wanted to throw this out there if you just got here. I am looking for people who use agentic workflows in their day to day. I know you do, but you probably also, up to you if you want to maintain your anonymity. Maybe just ignore me, but we'd love to just schedule a call with like one of our like designers and like product people at GetKraken just to like understand like users, like how you guys are using agentic workflow BS. Like, I don't know. I'm saying BS like just because it's too buzzwordy. But you know what I mean? Like, how are you using it effectively? Are there problems you're running into? Things that could be better, etc. Right? That whole like product-led growth BS. So, if you're down, send me a message on Discord. If not, that's fine. If you'd like to maintain total anonymity, yeah, that's a movie quote. Anyone ever seen Me, Myself, and Irene? I really do think that might be my favorite Jim Carrey movie. Right, where it's like it's the background's lit up, but you're like in shadow and you're like talking super deep, like the like Thanos in the thing, right? That could be good. That could be good. I don't know how we'd set that up, but I'd be pumped on it. All right. So yeah, yes, I work at GetKraken. Yep. There you go. There you go. Invisible matter. It counts. Man, yeah, some of these seem really interesting. How do I just download the model? Use fork. Should you change? That's up to you. I'm not a salesperson. I would say give it a shot and see if you like it. I have used our like CLI tool a few times. I'm not much of a Git GUI person, but I do use GitLens all the time. GitLens is also one of our products. I probably do need to restart extensions. Like I've been using GitLens for over 10 years. Yeah, there you go. Hold on 1 second. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the music's good. And hold on. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, that's cool, invisible matter. Like you can queue up prompts. Very cool. And then Keck, you currently work on an agentic workflow tool, actually, but you'd imagine you'd get turned into bacon for talking on it undisclosed. Yeah. Don't get yourself in trouble. Oh, it's one you sent me before? That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna link anything. Like, your secret's safe with me, even if I forgot it. N8N. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would say N8N is closer to just like a general workflow tool rather than like an AI workflow tool. Maybe there's some overlap there, but they're different. All right, let's do another one of these. I do need to pace myself a little. Oh, that was. It's always surprising how much more is in there when you got just like a little chunk at the bottom. All right, so if we look at files here, what magic is Hugging Face doing to where like the params are chunked? My guess is this is like the main file that we care about. Oh, so XCT is doing the chunking. Interesting. Interesting. What the hell is XCT? An alternative to Git? I mean, I think it's more like an alternative to like large file storage, right? Which is slightly different because they're still using Git, right? For most of it. But then they're like storing something through the Git attributes file. So, at least for the time being, we don't have to worry about that, right? I am going to want to figure out where I host the models later when I'm doing it for my app. But for just wrapping WebLLM, we can call that good. But yeah, I did at least want to like start my brain kind of stewing on and thinking about what the next steps might be. So yeah, we don't have to focus on that part too much. Oh no, I'm not puffing on anything. I'm looking over at like my work machine. There's like a conversation going on work wise that I'm just like trying to pay attention to. I don't think I need to have any more input into it, but yeah, like I've just got my work machine to the right. Like I don't believe in vaporizers. Like I just don't like the substrate or any of that stuff. So when I smoke weed, I do it au natural, right? Just grind it up and put it in a joint. If I'm feeling fancy, I'll put it in a blunt. All right, so yeah, let's get back to this abstraction. So, right, all we want to do is create a React wrapper for WebLLM. The downloading of the stuff and all that magic, that's up to them. Like, I'll want to figure out. I want to figure out like a better place to host these things myself. WebTorrent? Yeah, definitely an option. Right, I could throw it up on IPFS. Like, there's all sorts of ways for the hosting of that stuff. Right? So, not as important. Something we do want to think about once we start putting it into the application. But at least for now, let's pivot and think about the abstraction. So what I think I want to do, right? Default chat options. Sure, I don't know what that means. Default engine config. API key. And yeah, what's up, Brainless? Dude, 50 stream streak. That's huge, man. Thank you. Jeez. So yeah, default chat options. Terrible. But yeah, default model ID. I'm going to say all of these are optional. Hey, Gregor. How you doing, Mr. Sir? Dude, you had a really good crowd with your stream today. What were you up to? I was noticing earlier. Yeah, just bam, you were like right up there, tip top. And Gregor, are you in Germany, right? I just want to double check that. Are you in like Berlin? And if you don't want to dox that, you don't have to. But if you are in the Berlin area and maybe don't confirm or deny, Git Butler does hold like a pretty cool meetup where, like, you know, just go have some drinks, hang out, kind of thing. Some pretty cool devs. So, yeah, don't dox yourself if you don't want. But if you're in the Berlin area, keep an eye out for the Git Butler events. I think they post them on Luma. And what's up, Dagbest? This goes for anyone in the Berlin area in Germany. Check out the Git Butler events. They're really good. And I know I probably shouldn't be hyping up Git Butler because I work at GitKraken, but different companies, same team. Right? That team is companies that want to make Git easier to work with. So, yeah, Gregor, what were you up to on your stream? We did that shout out. I didn't do this shout out yet. And yeah, seriously, everyone from my stream, give Gregor a follow, especially if you speak German, right? Because he probably streams at a better time of day than I do. For people in Germany, obviously. So, Gregor, feel free, let us know what you were doing. I do not speak German myself. I see ASP.NET Core 10, which is cool, right? Crazy to think that we're on version 10 already of .NET Core. Oh, and one second. Yeah, sorry about that, Invisible. I can read what you said, and in the future, even if it isn't a link and it thinks it's a link, I think you're good. But yeah, as we look at it, you don't speak German, but you do speak ASP.NET Core 10. Touche. It happens. So yeah, anyone from Gregor's stream, I'm guessing he raided because he has to go. That makes sense to me, I get it. But anyone coming from Gregor's stream, if you want to give us a little more info about what he was working on, that'd be great. And hold on, Dagbest, is that good afternoon? I think. Or good evening, maybe? I don't think it's good night, right? But I don't know. A little context for the people joining from the raid. The thing that we are working on is we are using a thing called WebLLM. And here is like an example of how you could use it. In Germany, it should be night now, so maybe it's good night or good evening. You looked at what's new in .NET 10 and C# 14. Very cool. Okay. You guys got any highlights? What's like the coolest feature? It's midnight in Germany, so then Abend is probably night. Okay. And hey, thanks, Brainless. I appreciate you. Oh, Nacht is night. Yeah, no, that sounds right. So then Abend is probably like evening. Maybe? I don't think it's day, is it? Well, you know what? We have the internet available to us. And actually, hold on, let's show this, right? WebLLM. Oh, didn't mean to pop that out, but whatever. All right, let's do a new chat. Abend means evening. All right, well, spoiler alert. No, that's fine, thank you. What does a Guten Abend mean? It's a German greeting. It is used to greet someone in the morning, especially when you are in a business or professional setting. Guten Abend. Yeah, so I was saying it wrong. It's Abend. Okay. Interesting. Huh. All right. Well, you know, free and worth every penny. Not really in the morning. Yeah, I think it totally blew it. Yeah, this answer is wrong. Guten Morgen is morning. Yeah, I knew the Morgen part. Yeah. Guten Nox. I'm guessing it's Nacht. So yeah. This LLM is the Qwen 3 0.6b Q4 F16, right? So 4-bit quantization, 16-bit precision or something like that. So Guten Abend is like good night, but not in the sense of like a farewell, right? Because normally when you say good night, you're like bidding someone farewell, you're like putting them to sleep, like not in a murderous way. Yeah, okay. So it's a greeting rather than like a farewell. So that makes a lot of sense. I get that. Yeah. You knew it was German and you knew it was a greeting. I mean, that's half the battle right there. G.I. Joe. Let me get more music going. Because I think synthwave belongs in a museum. All right, so people might be wondering, why are we doing any of this? And we have a today command that kind of gives you some more context, but I can also just describe it with a little more stuff. WebLLM is a thing running completely client-side. This is running just right here in my browser. And if I were to pick a different model, let's say, I don't know, let's pick a small one because I'm lazy. Let's see, Gemma. I don't know what the IT part means, but we'll just do it. Sure. We'll do that. That's our model. Any more questions about German or Germany? What is the average airspeed velocity of a German swallow? If you didn't catch that, that's a reference to Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Just a bad joke. But what you're seeing right here is I selected a model that I hadn't downloaded yet, and WebLLM is taking all of the, all the functionality to download that 1,400 megabytes and then load it in to context. And now it's still using like the rest of our chat, which it probably shouldn't. But now it's doing the average flight speed of a German swallow. It's tricky because there are many types of swallows, like barn swallows, etc. But the idea behind this is I have a tool called Masijo. And some people might catch the IT crowd reference in that. But Masijo is a way of like tracking keywords on social media, right? Now, one thing is, right, just because a keyword gets mentioned doesn't mean it's a good fit, like this one. He checked the tether one more time with elemental site, blah, blah, blah. Slow stream of magenta instead of agent, right? But I wanted to handle like agentic as well. So what I want to do is I want to use like basic LLM functionality to evaluate if this is actually relevant to what the user is expecting out of this. And I don't want to pay all of that inference because I am bootstrapping this project out of my own pocket. I can't afford runaway token usage. That would bankrupt me, right? So it's just not worth it to like fully dive into all of that BS yet. Eventually, maybe, like if I could get some VC funding or something, absolutely. But at least could I prove out the idea and build a feature around LLM evaluation of these things. And then once I've figured it out with this like local model in your browser, well then yes, I can make it more user applicable, and it just changes of like making the web LLM request versus making the request out to somewhere else. But I can prove out the idea and make sure it actually solves a problem first. I can prove out just the exact mechanisms of how we're solving that problem. And I can pivot and change things all without having to pay massive costs. That's my main goal. That's my main thought. So, to that effect, WebLLM is pretty awesome, but, and let's see if we can find the right example of it. Right, here is a code pen of WebLLM code as like an example. And we could do the same thing, but it's a simpler example than that last app we were looking at. In this, it's very like procedural JavaScript code, right? this isn't going to work because my app is a React application. I can't do exactly what they're doing here. Like, I'm not going to be wiring up to the DOM because that's a bad idea in React and most frameworks. So instead, I am now building wrappers, right? I'm going to build, right? I called the library WebLLM wrappers. I'm going to wrap WebLLM into a React hook, into maybe a Svelte thing, a solid thing, hell, maybe even an Ember thing. Why not? And 1 second, sourced. Sorry for the burp. Yeah. Sorry, we just have the anti-bot thing, right? Just because some bots are super annoying with like how they do the linking BS to spam. So sorry about that, but now you can do links if you need to. But neo-brutalism is really great. So yeah, neobrutalism.dev. It's just a shadcn wrapper for React, and that's what I used for the design of the application over here. Pretty fun, right? So the part that you caught us at is we are building out these defaults, and we are figuring out how we could build this abstraction and set of hooks that I could then start using this inside of my React application. And then, because we didn't see anyone else doing a bunch of like wrappers for other languages, we could do other languages too. And then, don't you think that would make maybe a good conference talk? So yeah, conference-driven development, right here. And sourced. You can do links in the future now. That's fine. We just got to prevent the random spam. That's all. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not exactly sure. Not exactly sure what model we should default to, but it should probably be the smallest one we can find, right? So yeah, we'll do this one. Actually, this one. Oh, no. It is this one. All right. It's a really good way of getting eyes on your product, taking notes and shares. Yeah, totally. 120B, damn right. What's 10 gigabytes among friends, you know? Now, the problem is users are going to be downloading these to their devices. And we want to somewhat respect people's bandwidth, right? I am a big fan of Yotai, actually. Because I don't think state is actually that complex. I think most application state is like tiny chunks of almost unrelated data. When it is related, well then, yeah, Yotai makes like computed state pretty easy. So yes, I'm a big fan of Yotai, but really, Poimanders, hold on. They make all sorts of stuff. So let's go to their website maybe. Yeah. So Poimanders, what the hell is this? It's a dev collective. So I guess they make React 3 Fiber? I didn't know that. React Spring? That's theirs too? Well, as far as state management goes, Zustand, Yotai, and Vaultio are like the big ones. Vaultio is pretty much just signals, right? Like just proxy-based state management. I fucking hate proxies. I think they introduce too much indirection, and inspectability is harmed because of it. Now, don't tell Ryan Carniato that, because I believe proxies are the basis for his like signal implementation. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of proxies. So I aim for Yotai. Yotai is my state management library of choice. If you want Redux, Zustand is a Redux-like version, right? And they even have something new that I think they were talking about that may not be ready for prime time yet. But one of the people who is part of that dev collective gave a talk at either React Summit or JS Nation about state management for real-time applications. And that has different concerns. And I'm bummed I missed that talk. I really wanted to see it, actually. But the recordings will be available. And yeah, I'm looking forward to checking that out. So when I say proxy, what do I mean by that? I mean JavaScript proxies. It is a thing that is part of the standard library. And it's a way to like listen for changes and stuff. Right? It's pretty cool. But inspecting a proxy is inspecting the proxy object instead of the data that it points to. So then you got to do some like stuff around it. It's a wrapper around the object, but it allows you to subscribe to changes to that object in a very powerful way. MobX, like any like signals implementation, not any, but almost every signals implementation is based on proxies. I remember when MobX pivoted to using proxies when they became standardized, but that actually was an issue because React Native didn't support proxies for a while. No, it's not about changing the object. It's about listening to changes on the object. In a similar way that you may have used like Mutation Observer before that standard got killed. And it's not even just about listening to changes. It's about proxying changes. So let's just say when you want to set a value on an object, but you want to automatically manipulate that value in some way from what the user was setting it to, that's what a proxy can be good for. And you can do similar things with getters and setters, right? So keep that in mind. But it's almost like, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of overlap between proxies and some other features of JavaScript to where it's hard to know when is the right choice for one versus the other, right? But on an object, you can do getters and setters and do basically proxy-like things as well. And then hold on, let me just double check something right here. I'm just double checking this video I recorded for work. I was reading from my teleprompter, right? Kind of like how I read your guys' chat. But because the teleprompter, like, because the thing I was reading goes full teleprompter instead of like half width, like, I can see my eyes moving slightly. When you're reading from a script, you just got to do it, though. But anyway, back to what we're doing. And yeah, any questions you guys want to ask, like, feel free. As long as it's tech related, any question is fine. Get out the 200mm lens. And yeah, then I'll just have to like back up into the neighbor's apartment after knocking out this wall. No big deal. Now, here's one thing that actually sucks. I have a green screen. I don't use it for this stream, but I am going to be using it for like the MC stuff. And I tried setting it up in this room, and I realized this room is just too small. It is just way too small. So yeah, at some point, I can't wait to just like buy a house or something to have as much space as I could ever need. That would be really nice. Like a big, proper studio. But that'll be a while. Unless I get a job at Anthropic or OpenAI. Because they pay really well. Hell, maybe even Google. Maybe even GitHub. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. But, okay. So yeah, what we want to do is we want to find a good default model. I'm going to... A mirror on the wall will let me use a longer focal length lens. I don't think that's how that works, the bread. I don't think that's how that works. But yeah, let me just grab the name of this. I think that's it. That's how a reflecting telescope works? Oh, really? I thought a reflecting telescope was more like you're using the glass to do like the focal length and like distance stuff and all that. And then you're just using the reflection like an SLR to like bounce the image to where your eye can see it. But I will admit, I guess I'm not that familiar, so I'll take your word for it. Okay, so I'm missing the _1. Yeah, I'm missing the _1. Let me inspect element just so I can copy that without messing it up. Oh, and that would be why that's broken. Ah, and then this is... that. All right, so we're at least like coalescing our defaults better. And honestly, yeah, no, we don't need to pass that. right? Because they're both optional. So we didn't actually need the default up here. All right, and then the return value of this is an MLC engine. But we need to await it. Right. And that's right. Like, because this is async, is there a better, like, base hook I should be using here? Ooh, with window.ai? Yeah, that would be really cool there, SharkSpot 1. That's a thing in Chrome, right? What I would expect is Chrome would probably just only allow Gemma or something, right? Oh, interesting. So, yeah, maybe it's something you have to enable in, like, the experimental features? Gemini Nano is what it uses? Interesting. Yeah, so maybe it's an experimental thing I need to opt into. Yeah, no worries, CastDev. Don't forget to send me a message on Discord. Please. Please, please, please. Yeah. I think it'd be really cool if we could chat with you. Oh, okay. You had to send a request. Are we not friends yet? Shit. Done. But yeah, have a good night. And what's up, Jar Sauce Binks? Mr. Sir. Oh, you deleted your Discord a while back. I get it. Yeah. We'll chat soon. For sure. All right. React. Well, hold on. We've got the internet. All right. You're happy to be finishing up work for the week. You're going to become a vegetable at home for a little while? Hell yeah. Yeah, I love vegging out. Not going to be able to veg out tonight or tomorrow night or Sunday. Man, yeah, I'm not going to be able to veg out nearly enough for a while. I'll probably do some like bed rotting tomorrow morning and Sunday morning. I think that counts, right? But yeah, give me a sec. Another soda. You'll have some whiskey, so you're a pickled vegetable. It's in Chrome flags. Yeah, that's what I thought there, Shark. Yep. Yeah, no worries on that. Not a big deal. All right, so here's what I'm thinking, right? Like, we're gonna need some loading state. Like, I almost maybe need to take a look at React Query and see how they're doing some of those abstractions. Now, why is this? Oh, because it's a promise. Yeah, we need to await this. Hold on. No, what's this? Like, let me try this. All right, so then engine.destroy. I don't know if that's even on there. Yeah. So, like, does it have any method for cleaning itself up? Yeah, I may want to add logging, though, Shark Spot. Like, I find reducing the amount of lines of code for that, like, kind of a premature optimization, because I'm going to want to debug this as we go through. And even if I don't, I may want to in the future. I don't have a problem with a couple extra lines of code, because the readability is the same. And in fact, I would say the readability is harmed by the .then and having the set engine in the same line, because you have to scan across instead of down. Sourced and sold. Have I always done the employment arc, or have I had my own venture without employment at the same time? I mean, I did freelancing at the beginning of my career. So I had done Magento sites and WordPress sites for clients. That we're talking like, dude, 2010, right? Um, when I got laid off from the insurance company I worked for a bit, I took a good 2 years just to try and like just stream and build projects. And this was during COVID, and I was still maintaining my parents' house, so I wasn't paying rent, which was nice. Then I moved to where I am now, after we like cleaned up and moved our shit out of that house, uh, because it was a rental. And there was like at least like a year in this place where I was still like fun employed, is the best way to phrase that. And yes, the whole time trying to build projects that I think could be profitable and valuable, right? But, daddy's got to eat. So yes, at some point, I do want to go down like the venture capital or private equity route of building a product, getting it funded, whatever, right? I'd be happy to do that. That sounds great to me. I probably need to start working on my pitch deck at some point, but I want customers. I want a little bit of like proof that this is a valuable project before I even approach the VC thing, because at least as far as I understand it these days, venture capital is not really looking at funding ideas anymore. They want to fund projects with a little bit of like social proof that they're a good idea. And then like, oh, you need the venture capital to scale it quickly. Which is exactly why I would do it. Yeah, they want a user base. And because I'm a streamer, it's okay to get, like, it's easy to get a user base. It's a lot harder to get people willing to pay for it, right? So we've already got, I don't know, if we go look at the marketing site, right? Oh, not Message. Messaggio.com, there's 58 teams involved. We've processed 46 million messages so far. We've sent 5 million notifications. Some of those could just be like through the app or through email or through WebSockets or whatever. And we're tracking 84 sets of keywords for users. So pretty good, but I'm not making any money off it yet. But I'm bootstrapping and hosting it very cheaply. And it's also good stream content, right? So let me get more music going. And yeah, part of what we're building right now is me recognizing that there's too many false positives. So a lot of these notifications aren't even that valuable. And, oh, it looks like we got a bug there. That should not have slowed down. So I messed something up there. All right, we got some work to do. Oh, and Sourced and Sold, that was you yesterday, right? Yes, I'm so sorry. I meant to ask who that was. Yeah. Do you have a link to the person that was saying they'd do that or whatever? Like that, saying that they want to do the same thing? Because I at least want to be aware of the competitor or something, you know? So if you have a link to that post or whatever they were talking about, that would help me out a lot. And before you even try, let me make sure you're in the regulars. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. There are already businesses doing this. I just think there's ways that we could solve the problem in a way that they're not solving it yet. The Reddit problem is tough, though, because Reddit is not going to issue you a commercial key that overlaps with something they are trying to do. And I don't know if you've seen, I think it's Reddit Pro or Reddit for Business or something like that. They have a keyword kind of like trend tracking thing already. So what I would need to do is I would need to get venture funded to have at least like the clout to reach out to them to have a conversation about how we could like share data to where it's mutually beneficial. Right? If anything, like to where they would let me read data for their customers, the customer's incentive is to pay Reddit, and then I could at least bring that into the app. But I will point out, like, if you don't know that, Reddit already has like a business platform for listening to like keywords and stuff. But it's maybe not exactly what we're doing in the app. But there may be some like quid pro quo that they require to, you know, to partner. Similarly, if I wanted to listen to the fire hose of Twitter, that's at least 100 grand a year. Not something anyone's going to do bootstrapped. Are there ways you could get around that by like doing search? Yes. And there might be ways to get around that searching Reddit. But I think the value to this is like the fire hose, right? Getting that stuff as quick as humanly possible. Employment and opportunities for triaging sales and social media. Triaging, yes, is a big thing, right? Like user reports a problem with your thing, but they didn't tag you. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Right? And then could we also maybe like script, like could you set up a bot that auto replies to those kind of things with, hey, we're sorry, here's a link to our support channel if you want to report it there. Yeah, perfect for sales. I think perfect for support, right? Perfect for social media managers. Like, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Like, similar to how, like, marketing departments make ads that target other brands' keywords. You could do the same thing with this, right? So, I mean, in a malicious fashion, GetKraken could listen to Get Butler keywords, and the moment someone reports an issue or a thing that they wish existed in Get Butler, GetKraken could chime in. We think Get Butler's great, but we also think you might benefit from paying for us too. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, absolutely. I think those are all things to be solved that Masijo could do. And when you consider that companies like Mention.com charge $600 a month for this shit, there's a massive space for, like, disruption. Right? Like undercutting, but also just offering more nuanced value, right? Like Mention does a bunch of stuff. Are there certain things that they're not doing as well that I could focus on? And yeah, I don't know. I think so. But I haven't used their product, so I don't know for sure. But yes, sentiment analysis, yes. Trend identification, I actually don't care about trends. But sentiment analysis, that's kind of what we're working on right now. Right? Even competitor analysis or something could be a thing. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of the stuff here where I'm helping solve some of the problems, but you know, it's a lot more work. So hold on. There are APIs for everything now. When an update occurs and they change something, it can ruin your business, but you can charge at least $80 a month on the hobby plan. Yeah, if I had Reddit. But what I'm saying is, could we start out cheaper without Reddit, knowing that by supporting the business, you're giving us a chance to maybe get VC funding to get Reddit? Because again, Reddit is a hard problem to solve because they offer a similar trend and keyword listening service, and they're not going to grant you a commercial license for anything that competes with them. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah, did you send that link? You did. I just want to double check what they're talking about. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. All right, so r/SAS allows blatant fucking self promotion. Yeah, that's why I haven't actually looked at this r/SAS subreddit. r/startups is so much better. And yeah, dude, this shit's all fucking obviously fucking AI generated slop. But yeah, find your customers on Reddit in seconds. I don't see how this person's going to scale this process. Personally, because Reddit is very good about bot prevention as far as like scraping and some of that shit goes. Subreddit targeting. Yeah, so that's the way I'm thinking I'd have to do it. You wouldn't be able to listen to all of Reddit. You might be able to target like a specific subreddit. Even then, you're gonna be playing whack-a-mole, or they're gonna be playing whack-a-mole with you to block your shit unless you do it the right way through their APIs. That's my opinion. So I don't actually see this as a project with a legitimate, like, with a legitimately long lifetime. And, dude, one-time payment? Yeah, dude, this is unsustainable. This is fully unsustainable. This is a shit product. Unless it's a thing you download and you're running all this shit from your local machine. Yeah. No. Like, it's possible. Maybe it's just a thing that you download and you're running it on your device. And then, yeah. Then you just deal with it when Reddit considers you specifically spammy. That's a shit user experience, too. So, yeah, I get it. I thought maybe this was going to be a competitor. This is not a competitor. Nah, this is some fly-by-night bullshit. What's up, haha? Thank you. You didn't, but whatever. But yeah, this has got to be something that you download then, right? No, and I really do appreciate that. Yeah. No, I really appreciate that feedback, Source and Soul. Like, that's awesome. But it's actually smart in the way they're doing it, because if it's running from your customer's device, you don't have to deal with, like, being identified as a bot. But that's a problem that I do have to deal with. Now, maybe we could take this same idea, right? Not going to use their source code, but I could take their idea of, here's a tool you can run to scrape Reddits, and then you upload the data to us. And then we can do some stuff with that, but I don't think that's the same thing. Like here's a bot you run on your local device that fetches every X amount of time, and then you just upload the data to us and we do some stuff. I could see that. It's just, I don't know. It's something to think about, and I do appreciate that. And maybe bring session ID. What do you mean by bring session ID? Like, in general, if you're botting something from the cloud, Reddit identifies that very quickly. Like, you can't scrape Reddit from a GitHub action. You can't scrape Reddit from a Cloudflare worker, right? It's not going to work. It's just going to break immediately. So you have to sign up and create an app to get a proper, like, token or a key that you can plug in as, like, basic auth to do that scraping. But if you scrape more than once every 5 minutes or so, not like literally, but there's some timer in there, they identify you as a bot as well. We did some hackathon projects where I did that, right? But it's tough. It's a tricky thing. That sounds... no, I'm sorry. This is probably going to be a problem for me as a businessman, because I want to do it the ethical way. I know that means I'm probably a shit business person because I have ethics. But no, I'm not going to use a service like that. If I can't do it the right way, I don't want to do it. And I fully believe that you can run businesses that way. I believe it in my heart of hearts. I might be wrong, but if I am wrong, I don't know what to do from there anyway. At the end of the day, I gotta live with myself. But this is very good. I am going to just keep this over because it's not a bad idea just thinking about like how people are using this stuff, for sure. It is the hard way, and yeah, I'm okay with it. Yep, I'm okay with it. Whatever. I'm okay with it until I get VC funding, and then I have a fiduciary like responsibility to the investors and shit, right? But at that point, I'm hoping to not do it anymore. Let someone else take the reins if that's the way they want to operate, you know? I think instead, with VC funding, you can do it the right way still. It'll cost you more money, but it's right, you know? All of the current integrations are through official enough APIs. Yes. So I'm doing Blue Sky through the Firehose, technically through Graze.social, and they have a thing that I could self-host, and I'm just not doing that yet, but I will. The Lobster stuff is just the RSS feed on a totally reasonable timer. I actually cleared that with the dev that runs the server. And the Hacker News stuff is through Algolia that has a very clear, like 10,000 requests an hour, like limit, you know? Yeah. Scraping is just, number one, I consider it somewhat unethical. Hold on. Yeah, exactly, jar sauce. Did that get like auto-translated on your end? But yeah, like not only is it something that I would consider unethical, it's also way more work and way more like brittle and effort to operate the scraping stuff too. So I'm just not going to do it that way. And if it means I lose out on some business, I think I can make the service cheap enough that missing that part of the business still gives value. Like, I'm ethical enough to be willing to undercut my competitors, right? So I'm not a saint, you know? I'm only human. But yeah, let's keep going. I do think, yes, thank you for finding this article. Thank you for paying attention to it. It is something to just think about, to stew on. But we got other problems we can solve first. Yeah. I know what you heard there, Jar Sauce. That's fine. I mean, fiduciary is kind of douchey, so whatever. Is what it is. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. Yep. All right, so yeah, looking at this, I don't think I see any like cleanup function that needs to happen. Regular expression just in time compiler in Rust? Dude, that sounds amazing. That sounds really cool. I'd love like an ahead of time compiler of some kind. Help you choose a laptop for backend developing on Golang? It's not going to matter that much. Yeah, my or me, Mai. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'll just say 121. 121. Yeah, check out Newegg. Check out just any place you would buy a laptop anyway, and get the most specs you can for your price because you can develop Go on anything. I would recommend maybe something Linux based, but you don't have to. You can do Go development on Windows just fine. I would say check out stuff that has a record for being better build quality, and you may even consider taking a bit of a performance hit for better build quality. Because if a laptop that you spend $1,000 on lasts you 4 years instead of 2 years, you're getting a way better value out of that, and you don't need absolute performance for Go. Biggest thing I'll say is RAM is more important than CPU speed for what you're doing. So if you do have to take concessions, RAM is the number one specification you should focus on. So 121, you can do Go on a Windows device. Absolutely. It has a fully cross-platform compiler. You can do whatever you need, and you can run it inside of WSL just fine. And what's up, Alan, Mr. Sir? Yeah, that is the biggest thing. The Rust compiler is not nearly as efficient as the Go compiler. And the Go compiler even tracks like compilation speeds as part of their like benchmarks for when they release a new version. So yeah, like you can do Go on anything. So don't worry about it. Yeah, no worries. Have a good one, 121. And then real quick, you have an X-Link extractor from. Is that when you say Gina? Did you mean Jira? What is Gina? Was that Gina, like from 40-Year-Old Virgin? You know what I'm gonna say? Like, and call me crazy if you want. I really liked Gina. Me too. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a big fan of movies. But yeah, no worries there, Khalil. Have a good night. Like warm bags of sand? What? Yeah, wait, what? But yeah, later, Khalil. Have a good night. Your search foundation supercharged. What? Like, dude, this doesn't tell me anything about what they do. I think this is a really, really bad hero. Like, it's pretty, but it. Dude, who gives a shit? It's got funding? I mean, I don't think funding is actually a rational thing these days. That's a good point. Yeah, totally, the bread. Yeah, it supercharges the confabulator. Hold on, shit. What are some of those lines? It's got electrolytes. Exactly. Hold on. Mystery Men. What's that actor's name? The character's name. Sorry. Ah, shit. Right, the scientist guy. What are some quotes from him? Wait, Artie Lang was in there? Doc Heller. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. Yeah, it's a psychofraculator. It creates a cloud of radically fluctuating free deviant chaotrons which penetrate the synaptic relays. It's concatenated with a synchronous transport switch that creates a virtual tributary. It's focused on a biopolic reflector, and what happens is that hallucinations become reality and the brain is literally fried from within. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Where is this thing? Hold on. Hold on. Boom, nailed it. Yeah, exactly. Nailed it. Yeah, you can see the Chaotrons in the background. Dude, we're tweeting this shit. Oh, we're tweeting this shit. And thank you for that. That's a solid one. Uh, I'll shout you out in the comments if you want. You did mention you wanted to maintain total and anonymity, so up to you if you want. All right, just wanted to make sure. You know, I like to give credit where it's due. It's fucking hilarious, isn't it? Is it this one? Yeah, it's that one. Hold on, wait. I'll tag him in the image. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're thinking with portals. Boom, roasted. All right, we got to do it over to the Blue Sky too. Do we think they have a Blue Sky account? Oh, wrong Blue Sky. No Blue Sky account, huh? Even better. Flying under the radar. No, exactly. No, and it's probably an amazing service, dude. Like, yeah, but I just thought it was funny, right? Now, what I'm hoping for is at least somebody gets the reference. If nobody online gets the reference, I'm gonna be really sad. Dude. Oh, hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Um, I have the best references. I make the best references, for sure. Alrighty, so back to what we're building. Right, this is the entire API. These are all the methods and whatever on top of, or like within this MLC engine, right? I don't think we're exposing what we need to for all this other stuff. Um, we are at least abstracting out like the async nature of creating this thing. I don't think we end up needing the engine promise. Right, so we can default it to debug is equal to false, and then here and yeah, as someone pointed out, right, like this dot then and the set engine thing, we could just have set engine and we're good. I just wonder, we don't know yet if I need other stuff. So it's not worth like optimizing those 4 lines into 1, right? Not at the moment. And there's also like an at least like a small argument to be made for like readability. I don't think it's that important. But I don't know yet what else I might want to do inside of that dot then. You know? The goal is to make this generic enough that anyone can use it for anything they want, which does change things a bit. Like if I was just building this for myself, there are some liberties I could totally take. You just change it way too often and then get annoyed. Yeah, like I just every time I take that like, oh, I could simplify this down, I end up getting like a bug somewhere and then I got to add that shit back again. Like, ugh. I really, really don't like that process of like having to optimize it. So I don't like doing like the code golf, like minimize the amount of lines. You know, like the logic that we're having here, I actually find this easier to scan, number 1. But also, we just don't know yet if we're going to change this. And then I think you just had a really good question. So how often do I actually refactor? You feel like personally you try not to optimize forward until you have something working, but at the same time, if everything works, you don't really return after to nitpick unless it does real impact on performance. Yes. And exactly the it of Allen. Yeah, better a little bit of duplication or like a little bit of extra stuff than the wrong abstraction. And this is less of an abstraction problem, but the difference between these things really doesn't matter that much. And when it comes to debugging later, this is how you're going to have to debug it anyway, you know? But I do like to refactor things after I've gotten it working. The key is like you get it working and then you write tests and then you can refactor at will, right? How often do I do that entire process? Pretty rarely. Pretty rarely. But I think it depends. Like this is like a solo dev project. We're not doing things necessarily the way that I would do it on a team. This is very much like startup mentality where I got to get something out there and test it and then see if it's right. And I can just put a ticket on the backlog to make it better later, right? There's the old adage, make it work, make it good, and then make it fast. In many cases, you're not even going to get to the fast part. I will only do the fast part first if I foresee it being a problem. So as an example, this is one of my favorite like anecdotes from like working at the client agency I used to work at. And it's like really about just because you can do something doesn't mean you probably should. So there's a very smart developer. Probably shouldn't name him. Very smart dude though, who worked at Fresh Consulting with me. And just, yeah, awesome. Very, very smart. But not as pragmatic. And here's the way that kind of surfaces. One thing I think Fresh Consulting did really well is they would do these like lunch and learn type things internally during like, you know, like a once every couple weeks or once a month. I forget how often. All the devs would eat lunch at the company because they catered lunch. But a dev could present something cool they worked on or something fun they wanted to like talk about, right? And this very smart dev showed off recursion and how you can do something elegantly and it'll solve the problem in this nice recursive fashion. And it turns out he like showed this thing that he was doing for a client project that was involving this like nested tree, like a file system almost, right? So you got your like, for this, I think it was like, I forget even the things that we were like nesting within each other, but the client provided us an initial data set that had maybe 100 things in it. And he was doing just this like recursive of, is this thing expanded or not? And then from there, you know, he would expand and show the things that were nested underneath it. And then you could expand even deeper than that. And it only got maybe like 3 or 4 levels deep. So, you know, it's not like crazy, like total like file system like shit. And what he ended up doing worked. But then the customer gave us changed the API and gave us the real data set. And there was like over 1,000 things in that data set. And running that recursive algorithm on every single update to this thing, this was in React. So every single like interaction that caused a re-render was actually taking like a second or two to resolve this like recursive algorithm thing he was doing. You know the fix? Doing the old naive approach of taking this data as we get it in, and instead of on every render resolving this like recursive structure and what should be opened and not, resolving that shit when the data changes. And then it's just set. So we fetch the data. I had to then map over the data and create this what is basically like a map of, is this thing open or not? And it was just a Boolean value. And then just like, yeah, then it's just a one-to-one lookup of, if this thing's open, show its children. If not, don't. Right? Show the right icon next to it, etc. And that's just a one-to-one, very simple map lookup. But it requires a lot more effort up front. So it's more like, think about when you're doing your work. Are you going to do your work on every render? Or can you just do your work when the data changes? So yes, maybe the user would fetch the data and it would show up. Yes, I would do that mapping. You know, you're seeing this like loading spinner anyway, so an extra like 100 milliseconds to a second isn't the end of the world. And it wasn't nearly the second that it took to resolve this stuff. And then when they click it, well, they're only clicking the one thing, so you only need to look at the children of that one thing to then decide if they are showing or not. And it's just like, dude, I was able to take this, like, you click and it takes multiple seconds versus, like, you click and the user basically doesn't even see it because it's under 100 milliseconds anyway. Is that really a separation of concerns? I don't think so, because the UI of showing the thing is always just UI, right? Whether this thing is showing or not, it's not data processing. It's literally the UI representation of the state of what you're showing, right? So it's not a separation of concerns. It's more just like, when does this stuff happen? When do you do your work? So even this, like, even though he was doing this, like, beautiful, elegant thing, it was way less lines of code. It was a shit user experience because, number one, he hadn't been given the data set that was actually accurate. That's a big part of the problem. So being able to predict the data set you're going to work with is a big part of it. Could the customer have actually told us that this is going to grow? Yeah. And then maybe he would have gone with a different approach. Sure. But, like, sometimes you can predict these things. And it's just more about, like, when is the work happening, not the amount of work that needs to happen. So in front-end stuff, doing something on every render is almost always a terrible idea, but if you know your data set right, if you know the thing you're doing it every render is actually pretty low cost, right? Like, instantiating a function on every render, like a callback or whatever, in your JSX, right? Like, you're inlining a function instead of doing, like, the use callback bullshit. Use callback from the start is premature optimization. You only do use callback, use memo once you've identified a bottleneck. Things like that. And these days, you don't even need to because the React compiler can do that shit for you. I almost always, when I see, like, an elegant solution to a problem, it raises a red flag to me. Because the moment that elegant thing is done, you're hitting into, like, this axiom that is, I think, important. And it's, code is twice as hard to debug as it is to write in the first place. So if you write something at the peak of your ability, you are now incapable of debugging it. In many cases, yes. But the idea is just simply, like, if you write something that taxes your brain so much that you are, like, really at the limits of what you understand, you will never be able to debug that thing because it goes beyond your limits at that point. Because debugging takes way more effort, way more time. So I think that's something that, like, people really, really need to, like, understand more, right? Don't be clever. Clever is a bad idea. Do stuff that is simple, because then debugging it is hopefully simple as well. It's going to be more complicated than what you wrote, but it's not going to be beyond your ability. And yeah, just a simple, like, one-to-one lookup map. It's simple, it's more lines of code, but you can understand, like, where and when things are changing. You can jump into the middle of that process a lot easier and log things as you need to. Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. I totally agree. But it should at least, like, be a heuristic of, well, yeah, is this thing doing something really elegant? We might want to think about, how do we debug it later when it goes wrong? Where would I throw a log statement to figure that out? How many log statements is it actually going to print on each, like, step, right? Does it become a needle in the haystack? Oh. And yeah, exactly, Alan, for sure. But I love having these conversations, so yeah, chat, don't go changing. I appreciate it. Like, I love this stuff. And yeah, that's one of my favorite anecdotes. Like, I got a few anecdotes, like, over the course of my career. Some of them more specific about certain technologies, some of them more specific about, like, the philosophy of writing code. And that's shit that you just don't get from LLMs, right? You let an LLM agentically code something, you don't get to even think about the nuance of the debuggability of it, right? So I think that's going to be where we run into this stuff. Like, some company is going to come up with language or framework specific LLM helpers that can, like, lint your code better and understand, like, yeah, the way you're writing this, you're going to run into a problem at greater than 1,000 items or something, right? Is it ever going to grow that far? Well, yeah, the LLM can ask and prompt, and maybe it can work together to figure that out. Or maybe it just has to bubble that question up to you, the user, to guide it. I really do think there's currently, like, these two extremes, and there isn't much in the middle. And it's either... And I'm going to ignore, like, you're not using AI at all, but you're, like, basically on, like, you're going to tab complete stuff, or you're going to let the agent generate a bunch of shit. And there isn't that much in the middle of, like, your interaction with the LLM. If you're just letting it, like, agentically code a bunch of stuff, there's no moment where you can just, like, jump in and fix it. Right? There's no moment where it becomes like a dialogue. It's just you send it off and you get back whatever you get. And then you can prompt it again to try and fix it, maybe. But what if you had more of a conversation as it went through and did this stuff? That'd be a lot more valuable, I think. Right? Like, right now, the LLMs are just doing a bunch of steps on their own. Could they come back with questions about, well, okay, you're the architect. Here's my fork in the road. Help me figure out which path I should take. And then it's still like you're doing the programming because you're the architect now, instead of just, like, hammering out a bunch of bullshit. Uh, 3D Factor, how often do I use those? It's pretty rare. Like, it's extremely rare because normally you can just, like, you can use an app and you can feel it, right? As you're clicking around, you can just tell something is slower than it probably should be. And then you might reach for those tools to, like, find the place where it is. But it's never going to be, like, the first thing you reach for. Right? Just use the app as a user would. Throw some CPU throttling in there if you have to. And then you can start deciding, well, what's worth profiling and optimizing and blah, blah, blah. How much of this is part of, like, the happy path or a common path that the user's going to take through the app? So, like, as always, to quote a very smart person, it depends. Me personally, I haven't had to reach for that stuff a lot, but what I do want to point out is most of my career has been in greenfield applications. When I did that, like, recursion fix, like, just removing the recursion and doing proper, like, looping and one-to-one lookups and all that stuff, that was, like, still technically a greenfield app, but the way that I had to go in and, like, fix someone else's bullshit was closer to brownfield. But in general, I haven't done that many brownfield apps. When I was at Fairwinds, I would consider that a brownfield app. And there was a lot of, like, tech debt that was tough to work around. Like a big one, they were using Webpack, but they weren't doing per route bundling. Oh, and we're in an ad. Hold on. Give me a second. I thought I snoozed the ad. We'll let the ad finish real quick. We can enjoy the music. It's only 17 more seconds. I do notice that some streamers do like, hey, we're in an ad, like, scene. I should do more of that, for sure. That would be cool. All right, so couple seconds of buffer. I feel like most people should be out of the ad now. We good? Shit, I forgot the anecdote I wanted to talk about. Shit, what was I saying? Oh no. Oh yes, yeah. Thank you. So yes, the Fairwinds app was and possibly maybe still is like Webpack bundled, and it was like they weren't doing like per route bundling, so it was like a large application bundle, which is fine. It still wasn't as big as like the data you were fetching anyway, and the people using this are expected to basically have like large application or large like fast networks and all that stuff. But the developer experience sucked. You basically could launch the dev server, and the dev server would then take like 5 minutes to launch. Like, so you'd launch the dev server, get up and walk away and go pour a coffee or something, use the restroom, whatever, come back and finally be able to like do your dev stuff. Part of what I was doing as part of fixing tech debt was migrating us to Vite and doing like the per route bundling and stuff. Because with what I had done with Vite, and I got us like really, really good there, it was great. Like you would launch it with Vite and the server's up and running. Like you might load a route and it'll take like 30 seconds for that route. Cool. But the problem we had is the way that we were doing it, it started out as a Vue app and they were migrating to React. Vue has the idea of style encapsulation. React, in the way that they were using CSS, did not, because they were just importing a CSS file into the React component. Anyone get where I'm going here? Basically, when you're doing per route bundling, you can get CSS loading in different orders. Because it's no longer encapsulated, you're going to get CSS rules that override other CSS rules. But because you're doing per route bundling, depending on the route that you click through to get to the next route, your CSS is going to load in a possibly different order. So it was no longer deterministic CSS. It was this procedural CSS, like CSS loading, like waterfall. And that caused so many weird like rendering bugs. And they didn't secure another round of funding, so they had to do layoffs, and I never got to finish that. But I really, really like wanted to finish that. Not even necessarily a race condition, because these things weren't racing. It was just simply the order of operations. So if you click into the home page and then click into, let's say, the organization page or your user settings, and then navigated back to some like report page versus clicking into the home page and then just straight to the report page, there is like another thing there that didn't get loaded, and now you don't know. Like, yeah. CSS has layers specifically to solve that case. It does now, but how standardized are those layers? Like, yeah, it's an order of operations more so than race condition. And it causes like hard to reproduce bugs. Like if someone reported a bug like, hey, this thing renders weird. Well, sure, maybe it does, but if we don't have something like highlight.io, or now that it's launched darkly, their observability bullshit, like runtime, like real user metrics and the path they took through the app, you'll never be able to debug or figure out how that happened unless you just happen to do it randomly, right? So that's where like real user metrics or real user monitoring, I should say, is incredibly important, because you can see an exact like video flow of how they got to that step. Works on my machine. Well, we'll just ship your machine. But I do want to point out, like, because React is so, like, loosey-goosey, right? React's just a library. Bullshit. But it's closer to a library than other frameworks. Angular, Vue, Svelte, all of these things have had scoped styling for fucking ages, dude. It's crazy. But there are plenty of React applications done out there naively where they're just directly importing a CSS file. And then at that point, your per route bundling could fuck you, even though it's the right thing to do. I do want to point out, Fairwinds was one of the best jobs I've ever had. They had actual tech debt sprints. Who here has ever worked at a company that has tech debt sprints? Like an entire sprint every quarter dedicated to solving tech debt. That's fucking awesome, dude. That's so cool. Every single dev on the team is getting tech debt tickets to fix that shit. Like, man, that was the absolute best dev team I've ever been on. Now, here at GitKraken, I'm not on the dev team, so I'm not talking shit there. Yeah, right, Brad? Dude, that is so forward thinking. That is, yeah, just brilliant, man. Yeah, Robert Brennan, my boss, or not my direct boss. I had a direct boss. She killed it. She was awesome. She was our designer. Awesome. And then Robert Brennan was like the director of R&D or whatever. He's the one that dictated the tech debt sprint stuff. Like, very smart dude, very cool to work with. And yeah, now he's at All Hands, right? Like Open Hands or whatever. Open Hands, that's it. So yeah, just, yeah, man. It was cool. I was watching Adi Osmani's talk at JS Nation, and he had the All Hands logo in his, like, 4-quadrant graphic on one of his slides. I was too slow to take a photo of it, though. So, fuck. I wanted to show that to Robert Brennan. All right, so yeah, let's keep doing some of this bullshit. All right, so yeah, I just want to log that out. From here, yeah, I guess we don't get like an engine.destroy. There would probably be a good use case for like cleaning this stuff up or like unloading the model just to clean up RAM. And we did see a method for that, right? Like unload. Yeah, I think unload is maybe what we want to call. Yeah, honestly, like, this is just a fun Friday stream. Random stuff. You grabbed an Elijah Craig small batch for the evening. Elijah Craig's a solid one. Yeah. I recycled the bottle already, but yeah, I got one of the Elijah Craig, like, limited edition Ryder Cup, like, batches or whatever. Very solid. Very good. Like, delicious. Ooh, this song's good too. This is the one from GTA Vice City, right? Drug deal theme? Dude, yeah, this one's good. All right, so at least so far, Model ID is actually... No, hold on. Where is it? Here. Model ID is required, which I find interesting because... I feel like they showed something where it was optional to have the model already loaded. What's up? King Goes Gaming over on YouTube. Hold on, what is it? Wait, Chuck. All right, Chuck. Dude, that stuff was good. For everyone unaware, that's what happened when we tried to prompt DeepSeek in this one. Yeah, what the chuck? So yeah, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Thinking. Right? So at first glance, it seems a bit odd, but I'm trying to figure it out. I know woodchucks are those animals, right? They're those tiny creatures with big tails, I think. Maybe found in the UK or somewhere similar. I remember something about them storing wood. Like, it's already way off. Dude, those are beavers. What the fuck are you talking about? And then it just descends into insanity. Wait, maybe zero? So rather like woodchuck? Or no, think, but with a wood. Or a wood? Ending, perhaps, but of difficulties. Yeah, so, fuck. I'm guessing that's chuck, maybe. But like, original? Wood? Probably, right? So perhaps the correct answer is a woodchuck it would be, or wrong? Wait, or would a woodchuck, but think how much wood? Like, dude, this thing, and then towards the end, it went for like 10 minutes. It starts just going, all right, chuck. All right, chuck. In the end, chuck lumber, chuck. All right, chuck. But chuck, maybe chuck. All right, chuck. Yeah, like 2,300 words of just a spiral into insanity. I made it stutter, yeah. No offense to people with a stutter. Samuel L. Jackson had one. Do you guys know that? chuckchuck.com. There you go. LL Chuck. Yeah, sure. That could work. But yeah, it's just funny to me how bad some of these models really are. Ooh, LeChuck. We got a Monkey Island player in chat. Yeah, I know that reference. Damn right. I got a fun anecdote about that game. So I used to go to this like summer camp, like daycare kind of thing, because both my parents worked. And they didn't trust me alone at home for some reason. And this must have been, I want to say second grade, like the summer after second grade. They had a row of computers, and there were games on the computers. But there was this game, The Secret of Monkey Island. Everyone was like, yeah, no, that game just doesn't work because it had the wheel, right? It had the wheel for like the copyright protection, right? To prevent you from pirating it. So there was this like decoder wheel where it would show you a thing and you would spin the decoder wheel to get like the answer for it. And you would plug that in and you could get into the game. I was the one who figured that out. We're sitting there, we're playing it, there's this thing, and I went and found the box, popped open the decoder wheel, good to go. Boom. All 4, 5, 6 computers were people playing Monkey Island after that. Because of me. This was also the same, like, summer camp, like, not summer camp, but, like, daycare during the summer, where I learned how to reduce fractions all on my own. And it blew the tutor's mind. I believe it was that same summer. Like second grade, learning how to reduce fractions? Come on. Taught myself multiplication in kindergarten. And both of them have very like simple like stories about how I figured it out. Multiplication was easy. Pairs of shoes. Well, yeah, we got 3 pairs of shoes. But that's 6 shoes. Well, yeah, there's 2 per pair. So wait. 3 times 2. That's 6 shoes. Boom. Right? Multiplication. Done. The reducing fractions, I mean, I just did the math real quick. 2 divided by 4? That's 0.5. Well, wait. 1 divided by 2? That's also 0.5. Are they the same thing? Oh. Huh. Boom. Right? Like, very simple origin story for, like, both of those things. It's not like it's some super genius shit. You can just do things. But, yeah. I don't know. It was quite fun. But, yeah. No worries, King. Have a good night. Enjoy. Get your focus time. Play some of that metal. What are you going to listen to? Some Sepultura? It was more than 60 seconds. Yeah, I just need to like clip it from the VOD. I could do some editing or something. It'll work. But King, if you ever make it to New York City and you're a fan of metal, there is a radio station that's really good. Hold on, I gotta make sure I remember the name. I gotta make sure I remember the name now. I posted it to my profile. It was a tweet that blew the fuck up too. Yeah, Seton Hall Pirate Radio. If you're ever in like the New York, New Jersey area. And if you're into like really heavy stuff. Like I'm not even that into Sepultura, but I remember back in the day when I was. And it was cool hearing it on the radio because I'd never heard that on the radio before. We don't have that kind of radio here in Seattle. We got KEXP, and KEXP is good. But we don't have anything heavy, you know? Like it went Sepultura, Typo Negative, and then a band I'm not a big fan of, but I don't know, they're pretty heavy. Shit. What's their name? I don't remember. Yeah. But yeah, no worries, King. Have a good night. We'll see you soon. Oh, no, I totally get it, King. Yeah, yeah, for sure. But on a clear day, maybe you could pick up the radio station? No, probably not. No, I get it there, King. Totally get it. Anyway. So, init progress callback. I think the progress thing is something we're going to want to listen to. Right? So, as we're building out this wrapper around use WebLLM, we probably want to just try and recreate the code pen as a React app, right? And then trying to build that and show it would at least give us a little bit of like, well, yeah, what stuff do we need to expose to make this happen, right? So we should start building out the sandbox app for this. And I believe we scaffolded that yesterday, right? We see sandbox React here. I can show the file system. So what we're going to end up doing is, yes, I don't think we're anywhere close to complete with this hook for use WebLLM. But we can start trying to use it and see where it's falling short. I think that's the move. And yeah, Brainless may have stepped away. I think they mentioned they were traveling, so they just wanted to come in and you know, just hang out for a bit. My guess is, I don't know if they did that targeting you specifically or if it was randomized, but either way, yeah, Brainless is awesome. He's probably a little bummed we're not doing Elixir today, but that's okay. We'll be getting into the Elixir stuff eventually. Yeah, Brainless kills it. So let me just double check. Let's make sure this even does stuff the way we want. How much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Oh, I gotta click download first. Okay. And that's where we see the progress stuff. Okay. Finishing loading on web GPU. All right. And then voila. What the fuck? All right. So Tiny Llama. Definitely not a model we're ever going to use again. Definitely not a model we're ever going to use again. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Garlic, unless it's been selectively bred to be unable to explode or explode in an inconvenient manner. What? What the fuck? Wait, what? We don't want it to explode. Why are you trying to make this woodchuck explode? Dude, Tiny Llama. I guess llamas don't like woodchucks? Is that a thing? Is it like elephants being scared of mice? Is that a thing? I think that might be a thing. I think that might be a thing. Elephants are afraid of ants? No, elephants are afraid of mice. That's the thing I've always heard. I would say mice are probably afraid of elephants too, yeah. You need at least 7B to make it make sense of logic puzzles? That's incorrect. No, that's totally wrong. We can go Quen 3 and it's good. Nah, man, we can go Quen 3 0.6. Call it good. Well, it's done it well in the past. The answer is 8 letters, woodchuck. Well, okay. Not quite. I'm wondering... Yeah, it depends on the random seed. But also, I think we poisoned the context a bit. Yeah, I think the temperature was a big part of that. Right? If we did it from scratch, I think it would be good. So it starts out really well, right? Like, user's asking, how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I need to figure out the answer to this riddle. Let me start by breaking down the question. First, the riddle plays on the phrase, if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Now, woodchucks are animals, so they can't really chuck wood. That phrasing seems to be a trick or a play on words. I remember there's a famous riddle where the answer is a tree, not a woodchuck. Let me verify. Yeah, the actual answer is a tree. Here's the problem there. It's actually done it perfectly. Maybe not that one. Damn. Yeah, some of these are bad. Yeah, here you go. This is a riddle, and the answer is it would not be possible. The riddle is a play on words, and the actual answer is that the woodchuck would not be able to chuck wood, as the question is a riddle, not a true statement. The answer is it would not be possible, right? Like, it's solely able to do it using Quen 3 0.6b. But yeah, we need to make this like fully deterministic with 0 temperature. I think that's the only way to make that happen. But I at least just wanted to see how the CodePen does this, because yes, we need to recreate basically this CodePen in React. Because I don't think we want to spend the time trying to recreate this whole thing. I do think it is pretty cool, though, that you can do this stuff just like on device. Rachel Lee Neighbors has been giving a lot of talks about that kind of thing. Like, you know, LLMs at the edge. And when we're talking about the edge, we mean on your device, right? Like on-device LLM. Way more powerful. Less latency, less cost. It's already a thing you got in your pocket. Like, fuck it. So yeah, pretty cool. Just even the fact that it's possible. Pretty cool. But real quick, let me go use the restroom. Yeah, exactly, 3D factor. That's my goal. I want to do this as simply as possible, but hopefully with enough of a prompt and enough of like a temperature adjustment that it's somewhat reliable. We'll see. But yeah, that's the goal. But let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Especially for front-facing support systems or title generators or whatever. Yeah. Right? For people that haven't seen it, what is it? Like Nano LLM? Nope. I thought it was Nano LLM by Carpathy or whatever. Nano Chat, that's what it is. Right, so the idea could be that we train like a really focused version of NanoChat on exactly what we're looking for. Like maybe you make one for your documentation or you make one for something, right? And then it's like specifically trained so the context window is as big as you need it to be, right? Yeah, exactly. 3D factor. Yeah, I'd love to do that for sure. And I think we could do that, especially like a nano chat or something. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff we could do. It's just more like, what do we have time for? What is the right thing to do? And that's where it gets trickier. Oh shit, Sushi Dragon streaming. Dude, I fucked up at TwitchCon. I should have asked for an invite into like a party Sushi Dragon was hosting. But I don't know. I think I had just smoked some weed, so I wasn't in like the whole fuck it, you can just ask for things kind of mentality. I'll take that as my problem. Right? Like Aaron Francis, he has that quote. You can just do things, you know? I find the more weed I smoke, the less I actually live by that. The more I get in my own head about like, oh, is that lame? I don't know. Does that make me an asshole? I don't know. I know. Wow, the timing. Are you watching out the window or something? Are you my neighbor? You see me just give you the finger? I'm kidding, by the way. I did give the finger. I don't think anyone's watching it there, so I don't think it's a big deal. First whiskey in 30 days? I need to do more of that. Not today. But yeah. I definitely need to do more whiskey list days. It's actually tougher as you get older. Like, the older you get, the more you're like, fuck it. I don't want to be here forever. So yeah, that's tougher. Is sacrificing now for later worth it? You know? That's like a good philosophical question. True. I mean, there's the. I'm sure it doesn't work exactly like this because your liver's really powerful, but like theoretically, every drink takes time off at the end, right? It doesn't literally work that way, but it's easy enough to think that way. But the time off at the end is the worst time anyway, so I would happily trade time at the end for time now. Right? For like enjoying the time now more. All right, so yeah, let's start building this sandbox. What that means is we need to bring in the package, which is going to be at WebLLM wrappers/React. There we go. And this is not a thing anyone else should live by. It's just how I choose to live. Do whatever you want. I don't give a shit. I do what I want. All right, so we got docs and sandbox. Hold on. No, so we don't actually have this. All right, we don't have a dev command in here, and we need that. Right, so yeah, we do tease up and build and call it good? I don't think that's how it's going to go. This one's already duplicating these. Like, no, they haven't fixed it yet. And the biggest thing they haven't fixed is being able to reset the shader. So, no, I consider that still a major bug. I haven't reported it to Ghosty, so that's my fault. So Baffleturd, that is not what I'm building. That already exists. Like, that's a thing. WebLLM, you can do that right now, and it all runs just right there in your browser. Like, dude, it's fucking amazing. So WebLLM is really just like the thing under the hood that does like the fetching of the models and some of that bullshit, and then helps you send this data as if you were using the OpenAI SDK or even the Vercel SDK. Like different API, but still. But the idea being is these LLMs run on device, so I'm not spending money, right? See what I'm saying? I'm not spending money for tokens for any of the bullshit, right? Because I'm bootstrapping, man. I can't afford a runaway LLM budget. No, I can't do it. At the moment, like for prototyping and for like very selective experimental stuff, we could continue to use like the Hugging Face stuff. But eventually I'm going to need to like self-host the models that I want to support. And then, yes, it'll cost me bandwidth. I think as we've seen, a lot of bandwidth stuff becomes pretty cheap, right? Like, how much is Cloudflare? What is it? R2, right? It is R2? Yeah. So the amount of storage would be pretty low. It would be standard storage. Like, I don't see where they're charging us for bandwidth, and maybe they don't charge for bandwidth. So then it's just the requests we're paying for? Are they part of the Bandwidth Alliance, so they just don't charge bandwidth? Is that it? Am I forgetting that? For egress on public domains, I would pay nothing? Dude. Right? So, yes, I'd be hosting this on Cloudflare R2 for fucking pennies. Versus, like, the cost of some LLM bullshit to OpenRouter or whatever, right? So that's at least my plan for now. Is it a worse user experience? Yes. But does it help me prove the idea? Yeah. I'll be paying for storage. Yeah, exactly. And the thing I got is 300 megs. You know? I'd be on free tier for all that. Maybe we go above it for a standard Class A operation. I don't even know what that means. Like, what is Class A versus Class B? Do they actually describe what that means? I would guess, like, Class A is write, and then Class B is read. Does anyone, like, know where that gets annotated? Or described or whatever? Okay, that's what I thought. So, dude, for Class B, holy shit, dude, so cheap. I can do that. I can totally do that. So Noah's Raptor, I am building Masijo. Nope, shit, sorry. Project. So Masijo is the app I'm building, and the entire reason I'm looking into WebLLM right now. And Masijo, is that Italian? No, it's English. If you caught that reference, you're welcome. If you didn't catch it, well, you got some homework to do. So yeah, I think I'm gonna be sitting within a pretty reasonable like cost for bootstrapping this project, at least for like the WebLLM stuff. And then to improve the user experience, what we could do is we could make the WebLLM process be part of like the cheap tier. And if you're on like a higher tier, we can opt you into like the open router stuff or something, right? Or at least like give you a set of like other models. And I don't know. There's like a lot we could do there that I think would offer value, but we could at least like still be profitable, you know? So that's my current thought about this. I also think it's like a two birds, one stone thing. This whole WebLLM thing, there aren't wrappers for it yet. So we could solve like a major need in the ecosystem for it. But also, I can make conference talks about it. Conference-driven development. And yeah, I didn't participate in the Solid.js hackathon this year, but man, this would have been maybe a good contribution as well, right? Like a Solid.js wrapper for WebLLM. Exposing an MCP API on the paid tier could also be an option. Yeah, I've already heard that MCP is kind of dying. But yes, like exposing something that people could hook into from their LLMs, absolutely. Yeah, there'd be a lot of value to that. Yeah, I agree. Honestly, yeah, no, I'm adding that. That's a good call. Yeah, no, I think that's genius. Yeah, good call. Yeah. MCP, ACP, whichever one that is, because there's two ACPs now. I think maybe there's even three, right? ACPs test. Damn it! I was trying to make the testes 1, 2, 3 joke, but yeah, I don't know. Whatever. ACP is to be used in IDEs. That's the thing that Warp created, right? There's actually two ACPs that I know of at least, right? So there's ACP that's like the agent client protocol, but then there's also agent commerce protocol. And then I think there's even a third one. Right? Like, dude, it's fucking bullshit. There's ACP everywhere. I personally think, right? Like, ACP was created by Warp, right? I personally think OpenAI created this agentic commerce protocol just to fuck with the SEO of Warp. Like tinfoil hat style. I could be wrong. But at some point, you can weaponize SEO. Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm glad I don't have to touch that shit, but yeah, GitKraken totally targets like Git Butler keywords. It feels a little dirty, but that's marketing, you know? At least I don't have to deal with it. At least I don't have to be the one implementing that shit. That can live on someone else's conscience. I think it's wrong. But it's not my place to say. It is within the browser, Baffleturd. Yeah, 100%. So let me just show you. We go and let's just say we want to change the model to something we haven't used yet. I don't know. Let's just pick one. Let's pick Stable LM. Sure, why not? Fuck it. Sorry for the burp. All right, so we picked a model we don't have yet. And then we go and we create a new chat. No, not that. Oh my god. I'm so bad at typing. Right? So then how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? And then it goes and it downloads the model directly to the device we're running on. It lives in OPFS, right? The Origin Private File System in your browser. And this inference and everything is running on your device. So that means that I'm not paying for compute. I'm only paying for the bandwidth of you downloading that shit. And because it's going to be on Cloudflare R2, I'm not even paying for the bandwidth. I'm just paying for the storage of the model. Right? Like 15 cents a month. Done. You know? At least for the prototype, for the experimental phase. And then if users like it and it's solving the problem in the right way, we can think about a way that doesn't force them to download, I don't know, I didn't even look at the number, like a gig worth of bullshit, right? We could optimize away that download process and run it on our own shit or run it on someone else's shit via OpenRouter. But at that point, it would be for the paid tier. And then I'm hopefully making enough money that however much they're going to use that isn't going to cost me nearly as much as I'm charging, right? So that's the goal, right? We're proving out the idea first. Oh, that's fine, Baffleturd. Yeah. I'm sure there's other people out there that were curious as well. Thank you. I like to be clever in like business decisions. I don't like to be clever in code. And I think this is a like clever in like the business case. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped on it. Within a browser application versus getting full system resources. It's using web GPU, so you get full browser access to the GPU in the same way that you get like hardware acceleration for CSS and other shit, right? Like it's using the web GPU API. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Now it doesn't get access to like the web like NPU, like neural processing units, but web GPU is at least like a step in the right direction, right? So if the user's on a device that doesn't have a good GPU, it's going to suck. Does it work in mobile browsers? I think. I don't know for sure. I'll give you the link and you can try it. I would assume so. And that's one of the things that, like, are you guys familiar with Rachel Lee Neighbors or Rachel Neighbors? She was one of the biggest people behind like the React.dev like docs reimplementation. She's keynoted so many fucking conferences. She's big time. She's really cool. And I'm sorry, she prefers they. They are really cool. They prefer they. Goddamn. Again, my bad. But yes, they prefer they. And yeah, they're awesome. They do really cool shit. So yeah, Rachel Lee Neighbors. And yeah, Nearest Neighbors. That's a great name. But they have been doing a lot of content lately about the future of AI being at the edge. And when we say edge, we mean your device. Because you have these devices, especially your phones, that have this stuff built in, Siri, etc., right? Why not leverage that? And then you don't need nearly as much data center bullshit sucking up all the water in some region. It's just running on your device and you charge it via, some wall outlet later. Oh, it doesn't support it. Okay. So I guess web GPU, right? Can I use? Let's do that. You saw them in the documentary about React. Exactly. Yes, for sure. They're big time. They're awesome, but they're also super cool. Yeah, so it doesn't work on iPhone. We're going to look at why. It looks like it's only in Chrome-supported browsers, and anything on iOS. Oh, actually, it does say... what version of iOS are you on? Oh, Web GPU report? Oh, okay. Google Chrome for iOS is still Safari. I don't know if you know that. You're not on the latest iOS? That might be part of it. Yeah, it looks like it's in 26.0 and 26.1. And I haven't upgraded yet either. Let me get more music going. And I missed so many follows. Hold on. If you guys are out there still, Kyleb Danes, Cyblair, M. Sadek Hassani, Noah's Raptor, and Coded Adventure. Thank you all for the follows. I really do appreciate that. I don't chime in and say them nearly as much as I should. But yes, sourced and sold. I don't know if you know this, but Chrome on iOS is not Chrome. It's just the Google wrapper around. It's just the Google wrapper around Safari. So you're not getting pure Chrome. Yeah, and that's always been a thing. It's actually been a major part of the antitrust lawsuits against them. It's why progressive web apps never took off, because Safari purposefully neutered progressive web apps because they want to keep people in the walled garden of the App Store. Yep. But yeah, it does look like it'll be in a lot of places soon, right? Even partial support for Firefox already. So yeah, Web GPU, this, it looks like it's on track to be everywhere here very soon. It's not enabled on Linux by default. So I get that. Oh, and you may need to end up enabling a flag on some desktops. That I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure, Baffletard. Yeah. They don't give us any of that extra info. But if y'all are wondering ever, like, oh, what thing should I, like, is this thing accessible everywhere? You can check on caniuse.com. So as an example, here you go. Sorry for the burp. What IDE do I suggest to easily build websites and a phone app? Basically anything will work, man. We don't get into the IDE wars. I just don't care. You can use anything, and it's fine. VS Code's good. NeoVim's good. It's whatever you care about using, right? JetBrains stuff is good. Whichever one you use is the best one, right? Optimizing that process is usually not worth your time. All right, NeoVim is free if your time is worthless. And I say that as a joke. That's an adaptation of Linux is free if your time is worthless. Because you're going to spend time configuring things. You're going to spend time setting it up for whatever you need to do. But you're going to do that with anything. The key is don't waste that time over and over again by switching IDEs all the time. That's just a waste of effort and time. So just pick one, deal with it, get at least enough value out of it to where switching to a new one isn't you just wasting time multiple times. Of course there are 3D factor, but then, it doesn't quite do what you wanted, so you're going to go modify it, right? Or, ooh, maybe let me check out this other distro. Ooh, that one's better. Like Rocket Vim or something like that, right? I think there's another one. It's like got Rocket in the name. You know? Maybe I'm mixing that up. I thought there was one, but I could be wrong. So many custom plugins. Yeah, exactly, right? And if you enjoy doing that, then it's not time wasted. But you do have to weigh like the cost-benefit analysis. Yeah, I get that 3D factor, sure. But I think we've all watched enough NeoVim streamers in the category who spend way too much time configuring that shit. Yeah, nobody cares what IDE you use. It's okay for you to care about it, but just recognize when it ceases being worth your time. Yeah, that's a great way to put that, Robert Tables. I like that. And then, hold on, let me double check. Am I trying to deploy as fast as possible, or am I trying to make sure it's done right? And maybe that's what you're asking the person who asked the IDE question. And even then, it's going to be so subjective. Yeah, no matter what, there's a learning curve. Even with VS Code, there's the learning curve of finding the right plugin for the thing you're trying to do. Depending on the language you're using, you might be setting yourself up for failure. Like, doing C# in VS Code kind of sucks. You know? The best example I can give, right? We all know the Primogen, right? He's a huge NeoVim fan. But I remember, and Pepperidge Farm remembers, like 2 or 3 years ago, when he was still at Netflix, maybe it was 4 years ago, whatever, where he was going to start working on some Java bullshit, right? And he was like, well, guys, I got to work on a bunch of Java bullshit. I'm going to be using Android Studio for the next month. Because that was Primogen the person who is pragmatic as hell saying that. Not the character doing shit for clicks. which is not a problem. I'm not talking shit there. I'm just pointing out the character is dogmatic. The person behind the character is pragmatic. Exactly. The pragmaticogen. 100%. The name? The pragmaticogen. Totally. Take it easy, Methuselah. You don't have to use it. If people like it, let them like it. Some people think cucumbers taste better pickled. Yeah, it's a pretty good lens. Yeah, like, come on, lens. There we go. Boom. Yeah, no, it's a solid lens. I really like it. Yeah. It's the Sigma ProArt 17 millimeter, I believe. I believe that's the one you have too, Robert Tables. I think it's the exact same one that that Finite Singularity has, and I think there's a few others as well. Yeah, yeah, it's a really, really good lens. And they make a version of it for whatever camera system you're using. You could be on Sony, Canon, Nikon, whatever. Sigma doesn't give a shit. They'll make it work, and they'll give you what you need. Yeah, no adapter needed, right? Now, if you buy it for one thing and you want to switch, well, you might need an adapter, sure. But yeah, you can buy a native version of that lens for pretty much any platform. I don't know if they have a Leica L mount, but I don't remember. There you go, 3D Factor. Well, I mean, if it's the Sigma ProArt lens for the Leica L mount, does that make it the Ligma lens? I know, I feel bad. I'm too old to be making Ligma jokes. Fuck. And Baffle Turd, you accidentally full screened earlier, and you could see like my pores and shit. Yeah, I'm getting old. I get it. The bags under my eyes have bags under their eyes. I know, I'm kidding. Yeah, Baffle Turd. No, I was just kidding. Take it easy. Uh, Basically, the joke you made is similar to like Jon Stewart when they first went like full HD, made the same jokes for sure. And I believe he might have even said the bags under his eyes have bags under his eyes thing. I may have stolen that joke. But yeah, when Daily Show went full HD or like even 4K, I believe he made those same jokes. And what's up, H. Mendoza? How you doing? And yeah, some people may be thinking like, man, this guy codes so slow. He's been thinking about the API and making this like sandbox app for the past like half hour to an hour. Yeah, that's fine. I may not code as fast as some of y'all, but I have more fun doing it, I think. Shit. Yeah, right? This is vibe coding before someone used the term vibe coding, right? Shit. But wait, AdaBox is like a mini computer keyboard, mouse, and SNES retro controller? That's amazing. Hold on. I want to show this off because I think it's cool. So there's this brand, right? The 8-bit dough, like, keyboard. It's not that expensive. It's like $80 or something. Maybe 100. It comes with 2 giant-ass buttons to press. Right? Pretty awesome. It also comes with a little mini joystick. That's awesome, right? That's what I was using before I got the sponsored keyboard from Digma. Get your mind out of the gutter. And yeah, honestly, this Digma Defy is a better keyboard. I really like this Digma Defy. Like, just saying. I'm sure they're bummed at me for not really putting in the effort of, like, promoting it. But man, like, whether you use my referral or not, I don't give a shit. Like, if you're willing to spend $600 on a keyboard, which, you know, at some point, it's kind of worth it. As long as you don't spill a bunch of beverages on it. Like me. It's kind of worth it. And the configuration is insane. Like, the configuration's insane. What is it? It's like base core. That's it. The amount of shit you can do to configure this thing is fucking insane, dude. Right? The layers and things you can do with like function keys and all that. Like, man, I really, really like it. So let me just point that out. I don't care if you use my referral code or whatever. I don't need the 3%. It's like $20. I'll take $20. But at the end of the day, like, if you're looking for a solid keyboard, kind of worth it. Yeah, Insomnia. Oh man, it was so good until it got bought by Kong. But Insomnium. No, not the band. It's archived, but I think it still fully works. Are they a good band? Oh shit, I need to check them out then. Okay. Yeah, I like actually melodic metal. I don't necessarily prefer like Sepultura type shit. But yes, Insomnium is a fork of Insomnia without the login bullshit. So maybe check that out if you care. Yeah, my biggest problem with Insomnia is when it needs an update, it doesn't let that shit go. Like, it doesn't give you the option to say, like, just don't tell me until there's another version, or don't tell me for X amount of time. Like, I've gotten an Insomnia, like, update pop-up I click no, and 5 minutes later, I'm getting another. And I click no, and then 5 minutes later, I'm getting another. So I just quit the whole fucking thing. Yeah, my biggest problem with Postman is it's not nearly as good about like the dependent request thing. Right? So like I don't have a good example of it right now because this is a totally new machine, but the idea is like you might make a login request and get back a token. You can then reference that token from that request, that first request, in other requests. And when that token expires, or after a certain amount of time, it can remake that fetch request for a new token without you having to do any other bullshit. And to do that in Postman requires like full-on scripting instead of like the hook-based process that Insomnia has. So to me, that hook-based process in Insomnia is fucking magic, and I love it. And it's why I could never go back to Postman. That works well in Bruno? I have not heard of Bruno. Like, I know about the movie, and I'm scarred for life, but yeah, no, there's an HTTP client called Bruno? Yeah, it's just the helicopter scene. I was not prepared. Not safe for work, by the way. Do not look it up on your work device. Too late. Someone's already got a call with HR on Monday. No, Bruno looks fucking good, man. Holy shit. There's another one by the original Insomnia dev? Oh, okay. Well, damn, man. Yeah, no, this looks good. Okay, integration with a secret manager. I get that. That's something to charge for. I'm not sure why the Git integration is necessary. Oh, okay. That's smart. So you can bring in your Open API specification, but the moment you want to like generate an Open API specification, that's separate. Oh, I don't even know about that one there, sourced. What's for dinner? I don't know yet. I'm going into the city. I'm not sure. I had some fish pakora for lunch because it was left over from when I got back on Wednesday night and had myself a full-on Indian meal. Butter chicken, fish pakora. Delicious. But yak. Yeah, butter chicken. So good. All right. So this is by the original Insomnia dev. Interesting. I'm surprised that there wasn't some, like... I'm surprised there wasn't some, like, non-compete bullshit when Kong bought Insomnia. Like, hey, man, we're buying your thing, but you're not allowed to build another API client. Like, fuck you, right? But I guess, like, you can't do that forever, so maybe that shit expired. I don't know. This is the Levels IO thing, and it's rage bait. Probably shouldn't be showing it on stream. Levels IO's the man, though. Post is from a suspended account. Well, at least that got hidden. Classic. Yeah, exactly. the biggest like Indian startup, like, dude, proving out that market, in my opinion, is Zoho. Dude, Zoho's fucking huge, man. And that's Indian founded, Indian developed, and still like pure, like focused in India, right? But solving like worldwide problems. Zoho is really cool. At least as far as I know. It might suck to work for them. I think I've actually heard some negative stories from engineers that work there. But as far as like just, yeah, being like Indian from the ground up is really cool. So hold on. Was confusing. Paramount Plus in Canada hosts Survivor season 21 all the way up to episode 15, missing episode 16. But Paramount Plus US has episode 16. That's weird. I don't know why. Yeah, dude, Zoho. Zoho mentioned. Yeah, no. Dude, Levels is such a cool dude. Like, just a really legitimately cool dude. I may not agree with every single thing he says. That's fine. The world would be the world would be boring if we all agreed on everything, right? Like, I don't want to live in a society where everybody agrees. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. As long as they're not malicious about a disagreement, you know? There are actually a bunch of people that I am just more than stoked to hang out with any chance I get. Like a bunch of people that I massively, massively disagree with politically. And that's fine. I'm not going to name names, though 3 or 4 more whiskeys and I might. Luckily, I'm not going to be having those. Not here, at least. Wink. Hell no. Nah, man. It either happens organically or it doesn't happen. Right? It's a very hippie stream. Farm to table political opinions. How did I validate the Masijo idea? I work at a company that already has basically something like that for Twitter. They're doing it with Zapier or if this then that or some other bullshit. And it's definitely not as like robust, but it's a thing. Right? Like there's absolutely a channel in our Slack that does that. And I already wanted to like listen for these things myself anyway, right? But that was like major like proof. Now, part of it is that I thought it was going to be a much smaller app than it is, and I just really wanted to consume the Blue Sky fire hose. So it's a little bit of, well, I just wanted to build something, but the more I started building it, the more I started getting like positive feedback from users. Like Sourced and Sold has already said if I could do the Reddit thing, he'd be a paying customer for $80 a month. I can't do the Reddit thing, but could I convince him for 20? Maybe. Maybe eventually. Once I get this AI shit going, maybe. But I've already got almost 60 people signed up. I think as a streamer, it's a lot easier to validate an idea. I've had multiple people say, like, if I could do X, if I could do Y, if I could do something else, they would happily pay for it. Which means that I'm at least on the right track, you know? And I think that is something that makes like streaming a superpower for app devs. You have an audience just right there, ready to test it, ready to just hang out. One of the coolest things that I've seen, and man, I don't even know if this dude likes me or not. When I was building my, like, let's figure out where we eat together application, Mealection, which I still want to go back to. I just don't think it'll make any money, and I got to pivot to stuff that I can actually sustain myself with, so then I can go back and do the passion projects, right? When I launched up the Expo server so people could test out Mealection, I saw in the list Benawad's phone. What the fuck? That dude watched my stream? That dude was ready to test the app? Holy shit, dude. Like, streamers have a superpower of an audience just willing to do shit that startup people would fucking kill for. Now, there could be some false positives there. Right? Yeah, you never know who's watching. Now, I don't stream on X because fuck Elon, okay? At this point, like, dude could have been a legitimate fucking hero. And he went the other direction. Like, dude could have been, like, his legacy could have been fucking amazing. And he just decided, yeah, he went from Iron Man to Doctor Doom. Exactly, dude. Like, fuck that asshole. So, yeah, like, I recently resubscribed on Twitter so that I could reach out to Mitchell Hashimoto to see if he wanted to, like, keynote our event or whatever. And now I need to go cancel that subscription again. Yeah, for sure, sourced. Like, it's crazy, man. Yeah, I got VODs of all this shit I built, man. Like, no, I built it from scratch. I didn't steal someone's code. Hell no. I just made it. Deal with it. Yeah, exactly their 3D factor. Like, there's a lot of major benefits to streaming what you're working on. I think the biggest thing is marketing, man. Like, there's only 43 people here, which is also crazy. Like, that's huge when you really think about it. But if we look at the numbers at the end of the day, I guarantee there's, or maybe 49, like, the numbers bounce depending on your screen and all that shit. They do that with, like, fuzzy numbers to kind of, like, fight the bots a little bit. So it'll dip and it'll, like, jump. You know, back in the day with missile guidance, they used to, like, throw bad GPS data at all sorts of, like, GPS devices. Simply to, like, yeah, if you got a missile and it's flying somewhere and you're using some, like, public GPS data, and then all of a sudden it thinks it's flying way too high in the air, it'll just fucking go into the ground and fucking, like, fly into the ocean or some bullshit. And then boom, no one dies. Right? So, like, they are definitely, like, fuzzing the numbers to, like, make the measurement data from people trying to scam shit less valuable. Yeah, ocean's the best case, hopefully. Right? Like, oh man. But yes, that used to be how GPS worked until GPS went to, like, passive mode. And I think there's other ways that they fight, like, the missile guidance problem. Yeah, Reddit does that with upvotes. Like, dude, every platform needs to do that to fight the botting problem. But, oh shit, there was a point I was making. Hold on. I think there was a point I was making. Fuck. All right, I forgot the original point now. It was something about streaming being a superpower, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm looking back in chat. I'm not seeing anything that's prompting me on, like, where I was going, because I was, like, 2 or 3 tangents away anyway. Oh, yes. Hold on. That's it. Thank you, Baffleturd. The fact that there's only 43, 49, whatever, 50, who knows, right? Only here right now, if we look at the numbers, at least 1,000 people, right? Unique viewers have been in and out of stream today. I'd bet money on that. At least 1,000. That's a huge surface area of actual engagement. People like clicking in, intentionally clicking into a thing, not just some bullshit like ad placement impression kind of metric, right? Like they decided to come here. Because they left, whatever. I wasn't as entertaining as they wanted. That's fine. I'm not the Primogen. I get it. But still, people intentionally clicked into this stream and were here long enough to register as a view. There's value to that. Way more value than the bullshit numbers that Twitter will show you as far as like views go. Like, I'm pretty sure Twitter's bullshit, like, views number, number one, it's not concurrent viewers. It's the unique viewer number. But I would also say that Twitter is skewing those numbers based upon, like, did it show up in someone's feed? And even if they scrolled past it, they're counting it as a view. So yeah, Twitter's, like, metrics are absolute garbage when it comes to streaming. Absolute garbage. You can't trust them whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, even the 50. Yeah, 50 is solid, dude. Like, 50 people watching you? Man, there are brands that would kill for that. Have you ever seen Postman stream? They struggle to get 20. Another example, Cassidy Williams. Fucking awesome. She streams and gets 100 people watching her stream. The moment she's streaming on the GitHub account, here on Twitch, 20 or 30. Which is still huge, but that's fucking GitHub, dude. And they're struggling. Like, the AWS stream, when they used to do it. 10? Maybe 20? Right? Like, brands would fucking kill for 50 viewers, dude. It's just one of those things to, like, recognize. It could always be more. But you can rationalize that it's better than it could be. Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, man. Yeah, for sure. I feel bad for the people that I've burned. Because sometimes people catch me at the wrong moment and I'm kind of an asshole. Yeah, you know, whatever. I think I can be better about it. And I get it, Baffleturd. That's fine, I probably was too. I'm not going to say it's always the case, and I'm not using that as an excuse. But I am probably the strictest about who I allow to, like, keep chatting. And I think that actually forms, like, a community more so than just content. You know? And I love that. Like, to me, this is a community. And I love that shit. And the fact that even after people get banned, they still want to be a part of the community. And they can recognize, yeah, maybe why they got banned. Sure. And maybe it makes them start treating other streamers better too. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not speaking on your behalf. If I can at least affect a little bit of change in the world to make people recognize that streamers aren't just some piece of meat. They're not some piece of content. They're a person that you should enjoy chatting with and enjoy watching. And if you don't enjoy that, then stop watching them, you know? And I mean that for me too. But anyway, let's get a little bit more music going. I do need to start thinking about heading out. I got a place I need to be at like 7:30. It's 6:20 right now. I'm not in a rush. I got my shower earlier, so we're set. So I can get like another album going. And then after that, yeah. Now that said, I've probably had enough whiskeys. I'm going to take a lift into the city. I'll do that. Oh. So it looks like, no, we got a little more time. Hold on. Yeah, I know. I'm going to actually leave the house on a Friday. That is very rare for me. I think we can all recognize that. I'm not going to a concert. I'm going to just be social. Fucking weird. Yeah, it is postponed till 8. Which means we got even more time. I should definitely not respond that way. Seattleite in the moment. I should not use that. Right? Oh, fuck. I got no filter. I got no filter. But yeah, just saying. I don't know about that one. They seem nice. But yes, I will be taking a lift. Absolutely. Absolutely. So hold on, let me reply. There we go. And yeah, exactly, RJ, right? Like, people stop in. It's not like they came in and left because they didn't enjoy it. They wanted to show up for the time they had. I get that too, man. Right, so let me catch up on chat. Yeah, exactly. There are going to be some expensive Ubers or Lyfts. It's going to be a Lyft because... Oop. No, not Uber. Definitely not Uber. But yes, the Lyft is going to be cheaper than any ticket would be. So sourced and sold. Are you talking like Bolt.new, right? Like the Stack Blitz thing? Oh, Bolt the taxi service. I don't think they have that here in the US. I think that's mainly like India, right? And then I'm sure they're like other places too. Or is that Europe? Oh, that's EU. I think it might be just an EU thing. I thought it was India. But I could be wrong. Yeah, I might be totally wrong. But yes, I've never seen Bolt here in the US. Not yet, at least. But yeah, time to stock up on games, like all the platforms are having sales. Okay. Is there Waymo? Oh, hold on, G-Bone. I remember the Bolt bus. Dude. The Bolt bus was amazing. For people unaware, the Bolt bus was a bus that ran from Vancouver to Seattle to Portland. And if you got in early enough, it was $1. Like $1. Does that still run? Is that still a thing, G-Bone? I remember taking it back in like 2011, 2012. I assumed they went out of business. But then RJ, is Waymo in my area? No, Waymo's not in Seattle yet. I feel like I've heard like rumors of it coming, but Waymo is in Arizona, and I've used it there, and Waymo is also in like SF, and I've used it there. They have it in Atlanta now, too? I didn't know that. Okay. But yeah, no worries, Baffleturd. Have a good night, man. We'll see you again soon. And then you're saying, hold on, Curb? Curb is the company that you're saying like you see, or like Waymo's the company that you see in the parking lot? Did y'all see like the Waymo like DDoS? I thought that was really inventive. So people in SF all got together and all ordered Waymos to a cul-de-sac or like a dead end. And the Waymos basically like there were too many of them to coordinate getting out of the cul-de-sac. It was kind of genius. Like, I'd be pissed trying to get a Waymo. Like, I'd be bummed because, dude, Waymo is so much better than a Lyft or an Uber because you don't have to tip it even though they ask. Like, you're not offending a human being, so that's fine. You get to pick your music. Like, dude, Waymos are really the best of the best. They can be a little weird sometimes. And the way they drive is almost as scary as, like, the worst Lyft drivers I've had. But definitely, like, scarier than the best Lyft drivers I've had. So they sit, like, somewhere in the middle. Yeah, RJ, they're Jaguars, but it's the absolute cheapest Jaguar ever. Like, they're not good Jaguars. It's like, I heard a number. The Jaguars are like 170 grand, but most of that is spent on the sensors and shit. Like, if we're really thinking about it, the Jaguar itself probably costs like 40 or 50, which is still expensive. Yeah. Like, I'm not spending 40 grand on a car. I drive a 1995 Subaru. When I went to the East Coast for JS Nation, I stopped off in Pittsburgh. So I picked up, and like the flights from Pittsburgh to Newark were like shitty times. So when I got to Pittsburgh, I picked up a rental car. It was like a brand new Prius, like within the past year or two Prius. That shit was really nice. And I was able to drive from the airport all the way to fucking Newark on like the full tank they gave me. I paid for like the $30 like just bring it back empty like cost. And then I paid $10 at one gas station. So for $40 I was able to drive like 400 to 500 miles. That's pretty good. There's no way I'm doing that in my Subaru. Your 2026 Corolla is cheap on gas too? Sure. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could have gotten better mileage if I wasn't driving on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. People there drive really fucking fast. Like, holy shit. Now, let me also say, this Prius got up to 100 miles an hour that felt like 50. If I get above 70 in my Subaru, I feel like I'm going to die. I should probably balance my wheels and get in alignment. But also, it's a 1995 Subaru. You know, like, fuck it. Yeah, exactly, G-Bone. It's crazy, man. All right, all right. Sorry. Coordinating some shit. Sorry. I could always do some code in PHP and just get a Lambo. If only it were that simple. I feel like someone should have bought me a Prius just for writing like an SDK in PHP, right? When I was doing my feature flag thing. But I don't even have a free Prius. Like, what the fuck, dude? I don't even have like a timeshare on a Lambo. All right, so hold on. Let me go pee. We're going to do one more whiskey, whatever. Because I got an hour to kill. So we'll be good. BRB. Alrighty. And I'm back. Oh, shit. I forgot the soda. Damn it. It's right here. We're good. Ooh, Hiawatha. Anyone recognize that reference? The Hiawatha reference? I know there's like an older reference, but take my strong hand. People that watch Primogen should recognize that reference. He makes that reference all the time. Maybe that's why me and Prime get along so much. He's also a big movie reference guy. Take my strong hand. Yeah, Mr. Bankster knows. Yeah, Mr. Bankster knows. The Hiawatha is also from that film in a much cruder scene. Is that a honker on the beanie? Yeah. This is from honk.dev. Right, so Honk is a framework for Hono, Drizzle ORM, Name Your Database, and Cloudflare. And it's by this other company, Fiberplane, that does observability stuff. Or maybe they fully pivoted. Okay, never mind. They used to do observability stuff for like Cloudflare workers, and nope, now they're an MCP thing. Startup gonna startup. I get it. It's a nice pin though, right? It's a goose with an old man pipe in his mouth, right? Like tobacco pipe style. Oh, from the game? No, I've never played that game. I've heard it's good, though. But yeah, seriously, if you guys are trying to build on top of Hono, you may consider using Honk as just like an easier thing. Right? As just like an easier way to glue together Cloudflare, Drizzle, and like database stuff. You can do it yourself. Like, yeah. You can do anything yourself. I can do it myself. Another Scary Movie 2 reference that's maybe not safe for work. If you too smoke enough weed, you might remember films like I do. Is that causation or just correlation? I don't know. So then, Source and Sold, you thought MCP was bad. You've never used an MCP before in your life. Look at it this way. MCP, like LLMs in general, they can't actually do anything. They're purely input and output, right? Now, when you're dealing with ChatGPT, they have added a bunch of like tools and things that the LLM can do, but that's just their own internal version of what MCP is actually meant to solve. So once you understand that, right, like the GetKraken MCP server adds a bunch of stuff that integrates with our API to where your LLM now can search all of the integrations that you've set up via GetKraken. That means your Jira, Trello, Bitbucket, GitLab, all that shit, all those things are now accessible to the LLM without having to go out to like some weird like Google search bullshit. Now it's just a token drain. I can agree with that. Anthropic put out a really good article recently. recently-ish, right? So if we go to anthropic.com, we go to their engineering at Anthropic, building more efficient agents, I think that might be the article, right? So yeah, excessive token consumption from tools makes agents less efficient, and they talk about all this stuff. And then they dig into like, well, yeah, do things dynamically, right? You know, how do you do that? How do you like think about that, right? Privacy preserving and state persistence and guarding against injection and all that shit. But like your MCP server can disclose all of these fucking tools, but instead, could you add a search tools function that then doesn't overload the context, right? So progressive disclosure of the things you can do. Yeah, every MCP server should really be considering their users like context windows and their users tokens and making that shit better for them. Which, yeah, you can absolutely do. And Anthropic totally put out this article that makes that better. I would love it if we were doing more of that at GitKraken, but I'm not the project manager. I'm not the product manager. I don't have any insight or say into what they do. If I did, we would actually still have good auto-completion in our CLI tool, but they shipped something that broke it, and I just don't care enough anymore. Like, I totally built out our auto-completion for our CLI tool in a way that worked using, you know, shit. What's the Go CLI tool shit? Yeah, whatever, right? We built out auto-completion, right? I made it work. And then I pointed out that, yeah, our, like, proxy to the, like, underlying, like, Go, or not Go, Git, like, functionality was breaking shit. A dev that's no longer even at the company defended that we still needed the Git proxy. We don't. Nobody's fucking running GK commit because we can't autocomplete that commit functionality properly. If I can't fucking tab complete the branch or anything, right? Like GK branch, right? And we're proxying to the Git executable for that, and I can't autocomplete my branch names, why the fuck would I use that? I'm not going to do that. But a person who's not even at the company anymore is still giving us a bunch of tech debt around that and making our CLI a worse tool. And I've pushed back on it. I mentioned it multiple times. No one gives a shit. Because I'm not product. I don't have any say. And no one else actually cares because they don't use that shit. I've actually tried to use it. And it's a shit experience because of it. But it doesn't matter how many times I say it. Because I can't say it as mainly as I want to. They fucked up the CLI experience because auto-completion doesn't work anymore. And none of the devs working on that shit are actually using it. So there's a major dogfooding problem for our CLI tool that really bums me out. And I probably shouldn't be saying that out loud, but I mean, company isn't listening to me. Why would they listen now? That's a problem that I think developer advocates really have, where engineers don't actually think we're devs. So they don't treat our opinions as important. And I think I got a little bit of goodwill at one point because I did some of that CLI stuff. But it's like they forget. And then, well, I'm just not a dev anymore. Even though, like, yeah, I made that PR. I made that shit work because you guys didn't care. But I made it. I did it. We got it. And then there's some expiring amount of respect, which is kind of a bummer. But I think every DevRel has to deal with that, no matter how technical they are. Because there are the DevRels that aren't technical at all that ruin it for the rest of us. Right? The day in the life kind of DevRels. Well, I'm day in the life of a DevRel at blank. I wake up, I make my mocha, and then I get some matcha, and then, I spoon feed my dog some yogurt, and then, they just go through the bullshit. Yeah, dude. There are definitely some DevRels that fucked it up. Yeah, exactly. Then I pretend to work for 3 hours triaging bugs when, 3 hours of triaging bugs? No, I just forwarded it to our support staff. I don't know, man. There are definitely DevRels that ruined it for the rest of us. Not just from a hiring and employability perspective, but from a credibility perspective. So I'm sitting here fighting to get that credibility back. But luckily, I think y'all are okay with that. Are DevRel software engineers? Actually, rarely. I'm not going to name names. I for sure know a career DevRel or two that haven't written legitimate software in over 5 years. They're awesome people, and I got nothing against them. But they haven't actually written any real software that actually does a thing, No, I don't mean on Twitch. I mean just in general. No, they're not even Twitch streamers, the ones I'm thinking of. How many other Twitch streamer DevRels do you know? No, I'm not talking about any Twitch streamers. I'm talking about just some DevRels I know. They're awesome people. They're fucking good at what they do, but what they do is not software engineering. And I do consider that kind of a problem, because how do you advocate for your users that are devs if you're not actually doing it? Yeah, no, Bash Money fucking kills it. I'm not even talking about Bash Money. No, not even close. I'm not talking about Bash Money. If you thought I was talking about Bash Money, I really don't think you were listening to what I said. The problem is DevRel is such a large umbrella, right? DevRel could mean you work on the documentation. DevRel could mean you just make video content. DevRel could mean, there's just so much stuff that DevRel can mean that it really just, it doesn't apply as much as we would like it to being a core, advocate for engineers. And that's why, the term developer advocate, I think, is actually separate from developer relations. Right? Developer relations, you can almost think about, what other phrase uses relations? That's public relations, Yeah. So DevRel is actually the umbrella that encompasses developer advocacy, right? So DevRel or developer experience, they're fuzzy terms. Developer experience, developer advocate, or developer experience engineer, developer advocate, dev relations engineer. All these terms are fuzzy. And it's up to the organization to decide how it actually works, right? What they actually want from you. When I was hired on at GitKraken, they just wanted video content. That's it. But my role has evolved into what I think is much more valuable, right? We got really good video people on the team. We got really good video people on the team that do our release notes, and dude, Jonathan and Melise and Ken, all these other people who actually make video content at GitKraken about the various products that they are the subject matter expert for. They fucking kill it. They're great. But they also aren't necessarily devs, Melise is probably the closest to developer. I don't know enough about Ken's, does he do stuff on the side? But what I'm getting at is, even though they were looking mainly for video content, and they still do, right? I think I've been able to evolve the role while being here into being more of a voice for the developers in a way that those guys just don't, because they don't, it's not their main thing. And this isn't like me talking shit. It's just, it's not their focus. They do other stuff way better, and they should focus on that more. Meanwhile, I'm out here talking to devs every day. That's what I do, right? That's really what a developer advocate should do as well, I think. So I think I'm aligning with that in a way that they wanted, that they didn't necessarily spell out when I first got the role. I think I have massaged the role into what they needed, not necessarily what they thought they wanted, which I'm really proud of. Anyway, yeah, I'm ranting. It's like I smoke weed or something. So I'm doing a good job? It comes down to that question someone said earlier, right? Like, oh, they must be cute, right? Like, I don't know. I can't speak on other people's behalfs. I don't know, man. I think I'm delivering value. That's what matters. Am I delivering the value they're paying for? I think so. Absolutely. Was it what they thought they were paying for originally? No. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, shit. Again, don't blame me if you hit bugs or anything. It's not my fault. But no, I get it. No, and I appreciate that. I think that is huge validation. One of the biggest things that I want to like hit on is last year. I had just been at Get Kraken for maybe like 3 weeks, or more like a couple months. No, it was probably a couple months. I went to render ATL, and I'm sitting there chatting with like Theo and some other people at the table, right? In like the speakers lounge or whatever. And like Theo said a thing like, man, I've been hearing like a lot of buzz about Get Kraken lately. And I just wondered like, okay, is that just because of me? And yes, it'd be nice to have that be the case. I'm sure they've just been doing other stuff and blah, blah, blah. But the fact that within a couple months of that, I heard that like positive feedback, that was really cool to me. Like that was hugely valuable, and I massively appreciate it. So yeah, like, I don't know. The problem is that DevRel's hard to measure. Like, is your impact actually driving the needle? Like, how do we measure that? Where are the metrics coming from? Like, what part of the funnel? And really, DevRel and developer advocacy is above the funnel. It's actually establishing the pipeline. You may have your top of funnel, middle of funnel, like end of funnel, like sales and blah, 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 right? And marketing and whatever. I consider DevRel to be like part of like pipeline. Like, it doesn't matter how good your funnel is, how big that top of funnel is, middle, whatever, right? If there's nothing driving the flow of water into the funnel doesn't fucking matter. And I think that's what DevRel is really supposed to do. Help drive that pipeline. More so than like purchased ads can. Now, that said, I'm not a fucking expert. Dude, I've only been a DevRel for 1.5 years. Dude, there are people who've been in DevRel for like a decade or more who could tell me how wrong I am about this stuff. So, I don't know. I might be wrong. Whatever. It's just my impression getting into it naively, not having any context. But I think there is value to that perspective. Let me get another album going. Let's just do the fucking Synthwave Belongs in a Museum again. It's just such a good album. Why wouldn't we? Shit. And yeah, I'm getting like really introspective about this stuff, but I'm okay with it. Oop. Hold on, let me double check on some stuff. G-Bone, are you out there? Anyone in Seattle, Seattleite, if you're out there, where would I go for like really good fried chicken? Problem is, like, man, I make really good fried chicken at home. So I don't actually know good fried chicken spots. Thank you, 3D Factor. Yeah, hey, fellow kids. Yeah, exactly. All right, so back to building this sandbox. Let's at least try and hack something out in the next half hour I want to give it. Before I got to get changed and go into Seattle. Honestly, I could wear what I got. But, I don't know. Shit. No, not like traveling. I'm just, I don't know. A bartender I met when I was in NYC was already like traveling to Seattle and Portland and back to Seattle. So yeah, I'm gonna meet up with them. Because why not? You know, I want to represent the city I live in better. Show them a good time. Why not? Publix? Do we have a Publix in Seattle? I don't think we have a Publix in Seattle. I don't think we have a Publix in Seattle. Here's something you guys may not know. KFC, the Colonel, actually created his recipe while living in Seattle. Yeah, no joke. Yeah, definitely not worth the drive. Hell no. Oh, the recipe's absolutely changed. They probably fucked it up. Exactly, dude. No, they pushed him out of the business ages ago. But like part of the contract was they could keep using his likeness. Now, here's the thing. I make better fried chicken than I would ever get anywhere else. I make better chicken fried steak than I would get basically anywhere as well. I make good enough chicken fried steak that I cannot order chicken fried steak when I'm eating out. It'll never live up. Anyone else got like dishes like that they just can't order anywhere else anymore because they make it too good at home? I'm almost getting that way with chicken tacos. Chicken fried steak is steak. It's steak fried like chicken. The idea is you get cube steak. That's like the main way of doing chicken fried steak. You could tenderize it yourself, but cube steak is usually the better way to do it, which is also its own like tenderizing technique. But pounding it with the fucking tenderizer is bullshit. Like, fuck that. You're like that with Chinese food? Yeah, I get it. I get it. So, Code Girl, hold on. You live on the West Coast now without doxing too much? Yeah? East Coast Chinese food, so much better, right? You used to live East Coast, right? Or have you always been West Coast? I can't remember. Oh, always California. Okay. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Crow, you live in New York? And you're saying no? You don't think the Chinese food there is that great? Really? I think maybe it's like specific to the cuisine, right? There's like Cantonese versus Mandarin versus whatever, right? Dumpling places. Ooh, Crow. Hold on. You live in NYC. I don't think I remembered that you live in NYC. I'm so sorry, Crow. I should let you know. I was going to be at Gotham Comedy Club just like a week ago. Dude, I should have invited you. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I really should have invited you. Like, we went out to dumplings at the dumpling place nearby just before it, and I've been to that dumpling place after Gotham Comedy Club, like the past 2 years before. Solid dumpling place. I forget the name now. Hold on, I can look it up. I sent the name of it to Coppinger. I got to meet Coppinger in person. No, I didn't meet Kevin. Is he back in NYC now? Shit, I should have hit him up too. Fuck. God damn it. I forgot he's back in that area too. For the longest time, he wasn't in NYC. Like, he had moved elsewhere. Shit. Yeah, I fucked that up. I go to New York once a year, usually for JS Nation or React Summit. Sometimes both. Actually, usually both. So it's like a once a year thing. I've been to NYC for the past 3 years in a row because they've been kind enough to accept my remote talks the past 2 years. And, like, an excuse to go to New York? Yeah, I'm going. Duh. I'll pay out of pocket. But then this year I helped MC JS Nation, and they covered my hotel, and I should send them a receipt for the flight or whatever. If the convention accepts your talk, do they fly you out? If I get a remote talk accepted to JS Nation or or React Summit, no, remote talks don't do that. But if you're an in-person talk, yes, they will pay for your flight and your hotel. And it just depends on the conference. It's usually like you have to be an in-person talk to do so. But, I mean, commit your code conference. No, because the tickets are only $25 and Danny Thompson isn't doing that shit to make money. So, like, no, commit your code. No, you're going there because the company you work for is covering it because you got something that you can talk about that whatever. And I got to talk about how we migrated from Flow to TypeScript for GitKraken stuff. So they covered that. So it really just depends. Yeah, Peter, absolutely, man. Like, I'd love to meet up too. And let me go find this place because Excellent Dumpling House, New York, is where I ate. And it's like almost on the same block as Gotham Comedy Club. Now, maybe I fucked up and it's not that good, but it's been delicious enough every time. I like that place. Now, I went there with Jianhua, one of our mods, and at least like last year, we got there after the Gotham Comedy Club show on a Sunday night. He speaks Chinese, and he could hear them talking shit, like as we're sitting there eating our dumplings. Because we showed up like as they were trying to close, maybe. Like, he could hear them talking shit. That was actually kind of fun. I think that's actually even better. Fuck it. We tip well, right? Come on. Dumplings in the depths of Chinatown, not the touristy Chinatown. Yeah, I've stayed in Koreatown before. Hold on. I used one, but... You ever seen one of these before? Only degenerates recognize that thing I just showed. Rick's, but yeah. I've closed down Rick's multiple times. I pretty much close down Rick's at least once every time I go to New York. It's a strip club. It's open till 5 a.m. It's the only, like, one of the only places you can still drink till 5 a.m. because of fucking COVID. Like, at least, like, within a certain area. I'm sure there's other places you can go to, right? But for the city that never sleeps, a lot of places close early these days. It's fucking weird. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. I don't even go. Dancers come up to me. I'm like, I'm not getting a dance. Nah, I just want to chill and hang out. Maybe enjoy a show. Chat if you're willing, right? But yeah, I've never gotten a dance at Rick's. Because I don't know. I don't need that. I just want a chill vibe, you know? And these days, without the cover charge. But yeah, dude, COVID fucked a lot of shit up. It's crazy. You never been to one? It's fine. I think, meh. Don't feel bad about that. That's actually a badge of pride. Wear that with honor. Going there during lunch? I don't see a problem with that either, you know? Look at it this way. Some of the best steak you will get in Oregon is at the Acropolis, the Acrop. Steak and legs is what they call it. It's some of the best steak you'll get for, like, reasonable prices ever. It's a thing, man. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely not great when your team is mixed more, right? Like, that's some, like, kind of like boomer team building. I definitely call that, like, boomer team building at this point. Like, I wouldn't go there with work friends. I think that's a bad idea. But, you know, if you're cool about it and not a fucking weird asshole about it, it's a fun thing to do with, like, actual friends. I actually prefer Oregon for any of that stuff. If y'all don't know, Oregon, right? Portland, Oregon is the strip club capital of the US. And what that means is you can be at, like, a fucking dive bar just hanging out, and it feels more real than some of, like, the shitty bars you'd go to that are, like, hoity-toity and fucking stuffy, you know? No, it, like, literally within a square mile radius, I forget the exact, like, radius, Portland has more strip clubs than any other place in the US. Yes, more than Tampa. Yep. And maybe that's because Tampa's just more spread out, But yes, Portland has more strip clubs per radius than anywhere else in the U.S. You can look it up. Fact check me. And I think it's actually better, right? Like when you go there and you like grow up in that culture at least a little bit, because I was like at Mount Hood during the summers, it's like go into the city, experience that a bit. It's actually more humanizing, right? It's not just some piece of meat. No, that's a person just dancing. And you can talk to him and it's just a person, I think it's actually more humanizing the more common it is. Instead of like this novelty, like Atlanta. I would say the clubs in Atlanta are way more dehumanizing. Like Magic City is an experience. It's not necessarily a good one, but it's definitely like the spectacle of it is something, if you enjoy that kind of place and you're a fucking dirtbag like me, you might want to check it out at least once. I would say Cheetah Lounge is better if you're in Atlanta. I went to Claremont Lounge. Claremont Lounge is rough. That's where dancers go to retire. And that's the nicest way I can phrase it. Ooh, that image. Hold on. That's from Arcane or whatever, right? Like that's like Heimerdinger, yeah? Sapphire. I haven't been to Sapphire actually. That's definitely Heimerdinger. Yeah. I watched Arcane. So, I mean, I know Heimerdinger from League. That, to me, that looks more like Heimerdinger from Arcane than Heimerdinger from League. I think there's like a distinction. But I did watch the first season of Arcane. Fantastic. Oh my god. Holy shit. I actually paid for a Netflix subscription because of I Think You Should Leave. But Arcane was the thing that sealed the deal. Right? It was like, well, do I want to pay for Netflix just for I Think You Should Leave? You know what? Nope, I could watch Arcane too. Ooh, there we go. Ooh, Crow, I think you'd like it. Even then, just the lore of it, it's really fun. I think you'd enjoy it. Just use your trial, binge watch it, and unsubscribe. Good to go. I think it's worth it. Use your free trial, binge watch all the shit. Cyberpunk, Arcane, I Think You Should Leave, Detroiters. Right? Just binge the fuck out of those 4 things. You can do it within the, 15-day free trial? You should definitely do it. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. I'd only ever seen clips from I Think You Should Leave. It didn't do the show justice. Just saying, it's really good. But okay, yeah, so bare minimum, we should start doing some of this. I don't care about styling. No, we're getting rid of any of this CSS bullshit. Yeah, I know. He's finally doing coding. Oh my god, bring the kids. No, do not bring the kids. Do not bring the kids. That would be a terrible idea. But do I know the show with Nathan Fielder? I mean, I saw his show back when it was on Comedy Central. Does he have a new one? Yeah, tallest building in the world, the Mia Khalifa. Yeah, for sure. I think the real name is actually Burj Khalifa, right? But he probably said what Gooners would say, right? No comment. Nathan, for you? Yeah, no, that was on Comedy Central, dude. Yeah, that was a Comedy Central show. Did he do like new seasons? Like, did he do a new season for Netflix? If so, that sounds cool. All right, let's get rid of some of this BS. We'll probably need to bring that in, but we'll comment it for now. Last show you saw on the Netflix. All right, makes sense. How long have I been a dev for? Professionally? If you want to count freelancing since like, I don't know, 2008 or 9. If you don't count freelancing, let's say it started around like 2013 or 14. And then if you don't count DevRel, it ended a year and a half ago. But I think the stuff I do here on stream counts. Kind of. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like to put numbers on it. I don't think the number matters. There are people who've been a dev for like 4 years who are fucking mind-blowing. You know, like the number does not matter. It's the effort you put in during that time. I actually push majorly back on people that use that number for any reason, right? Like, I've been a dev for 15 years. You should listen to me. Dude, you're just fucking wrong. It doesn't matter how long you've been a dev for. You know? Like, if they use that as an argument, that's a literal logical fallacy. It's an appeal to authority. The moment someone starts relying upon that appeal to authority, it means that they just don't want to explain their point better. And that's either just being lazy or they might be just fucking wrong. Do I think I've improved steadily in my career? Yes, because I'm streaming. I am staying more up to date than I definitely would have if I was only doing dev because I'm streaming and I'm just doing stuff. And I'm talking to all y'all that there are people here in chat who are way more on the pulse of everything than I am. But I get to like siphon a little bit of that off. No big deal. I really think everyone should stream. Now, does that mean that my numbers would take a hit because too many people are streaming? Honestly, I think it's the opposite. The more people that stream, the more people you bring into the community. I actually think numbers in the software and game dev category are going down because there's less streamers. I don't have numbers to back that up. I'm sure we could look them up, though. Damn right. I know, I'm a fucking broken record. I make that analogy way too much. And I get that, Crow, but you only get out what you put in. Right? So you haven't improved as much, but I bet you've been doing less on your own time, right? You can't rely on the job to keep you relevant. It's not going to happen. Unless you're at like an agency. If you're at like an agency or a consultancy or whatever you want to fucking call it, a studio, like there's a bunch of terms for the same thing where you do client projects and you're greenfielding a bunch of shit all the time. In those kind of roles, you can grow really quickly. It just so happens that those roles don't pay shit because you're eating into their bottom line because they bill the client by the hour, right? Or by like a set budget. And the more you work, the more you're eating into that budget. The more you're worth, the more you're eating into that budget. So there's like a finite line where the value you get out of doing work on the job is actually inverse of how much you're getting paid. The more you're getting paid, the less innovation you're actually going to like be pushing. Because you're dealing with like legacy bullshit and brownfield applications. Now, there are edge cases to that, but I'm talking about like the 80%. Right? That whole 80-20 rule. Do consultancies ever bill by feature? They'd be fucking up if they did. Honestly. Because building a feature into a brownfield application, there is so much complexity and so much like legacy bullshit you got to deal with that trying to estimate that is an effort in futility. Like, nah, dude, that would be a terrible idea. No, you build any brownfield like client by the hour. Because you have no idea how shitty their code is. And the shittier their code, the more that shit, like more adding a feature to that shit is going to take you, right? So yeah, like any client agency or any consultancy worth their salt will never, ever do a lump sum contract for a brownfield application. If they're doing that, they're fucking desperate, and that's a consultancy that's on the verge of fucking folding. If you're at a consultancy doing that shit, they are flying by the seat of their pants. They're building the plane while they're flying in it. I worked at a company where the top person said that shit, and it should have been the biggest red flag when I heard it. But the salary I got was a big bump from the one I had before it. But yeah, building the plane while you're flying in it. No, thank you. I will pass on any role like that in the future. Unless it's... Oh, you mean I'm making fuck you money? Like, you mean I could work here for a year and it'd be worth working 3 years at another company? All right, well... Okay, shit, whatever. All right, I'll build the plane while we're flying in it. It's gonna suck, but the money's good. But luckily, I haven't had that happen. Yeah, I don't know Lightspeed. I'm not sure, man. I would not take any of that. To me, that seems like a scam, right? Like, no, you get paid for your time. You get paid for the time you put in. If you're doing like contracting, consultancy, whatever, the worst clients are the lump sum clients. The best clients are the paid by the hour because they know the cost of doing business. That's just all there is to it. The companies that nickel and dime you, right? Like the clients that nickel and dime you, like, well, wait, why did we spend 10 hours on this when we should have been doing that? Meh. Like, They're your worst clients, and you should fire them as soon as possible. Freelancing, consulting, whatever. You should absolutely be ready to fire clients that suck. And if you're at an agency that can't fire clients, that's a red flag. That's an agency that is failing. They either are lacking in the sales department or they're lacking in some other way. But that is a failing agency or consultancy or studio or whatever you want to call it. These terms get like thrown around. They're basically the same thing. You want to work for an agency, consultancy, a studio that has corporate clients that recognize the cost of doing business, and they will pay for the hours put in. If that company doesn't have clients like that, you should be interviewing the entire time you're there at other companies. But yeah, so we did a bunch of ranting. We didn't actually work on this sandbox nearly enough. That's a project for tomorrow. I think the conversations and the ranting that we did was fantastic. I love this stuff. I'm just so much, like, I'm so happy to be back home, you know? I get to sleep in my own bed. I get to stream and hang out with y'all. I like hanging out at conferences. I like hanging out here more. I really do. So, yes, this is my second day back after a week of traveling. Man, that week felt way longer for some reason. Meanwhile, when I'm streaming here, the time just flies, man. Are you telling me I've been live for like, hold on, 5 hours? Dude, it doesn't feel like it. It does not feel like I've been here 5 hours. But that's okay. Tomorrow, if I can, I want to start stream early tomorrow. I was thinking like, oh, I might have to go to the grocery store tomorrow and blah, blah. I did that shit today. So tomorrow, I might be able to start early. Could be good. And maybe we hammer out a bunch of stuff before I start drinking the whiskey. We'll see. We'll see. But let's go raid someone. I'm seeing Nerd streaming right now. I see Z.A. Shaw, but like we raid Z.A. Shaw a bunch. He's a great stream. If you want to go watch him, go for it. But we're going to go raid Nerd because he's also just awesome. So that's what we're going to go do, you know. Let's go say hi. One of these days, I'll slow down on the whiskey, but today is not that day. And yeah, we're going to go say hi to Nerd. Yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out. We had a really good day. We did a lot of just chatting and theory crafting. Honestly, when y'all are asking me like, what are you up to? Why are you doing this? What's the point of WebLLM? Like, at least for the first few days of doing these things, y'all help me figure out, is it even worth my time? Am I doing it right? And I think so. I think the value of y'all questioning this stuff is hugely awesome. Now, do I sometimes get annoyed after it's been a week of me working on a project? Sure. But I shouldn't get annoyed because it's still value and I still need to prove those points. But yes, so tomorrow I think we're going to build out this sandbox. We're going to build out basically a clone of, I think it's this link. Yeah, we're going to build out basically a clone of this UI in React so that we can prove out our wrapper around WebLLM as a React wrapper. And then eventually maybe we rebuild the sandbox in Solid or Svelte or whatever. Sure, why not? But let's go say hi to Nerd. I'm going to bid farewell to YouTube and farewell to Twitch. I will see y'all tomorrow. Hell yeah. See you then.